right. All right. Good afternoon there to every one of you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me here. My name is Jay Randy. As always, we are here to present a very academic, very productive information for you guys. I know you got a lot of platform to go on, so I'm not going to waste your time here. But what I want to establish here today is to let you guys know that whenever I come on here and moving forward, I will be coming here to prove to you, just from now to the next election phase, that this government is not going to deliver anything for you. You are going to see different case studies of other countries that actually laying the framework, laying out the programs that will bring change to their country. That all I'm here to tell you. Whether you're from CDC, you're from Unity Party, I can tell you now, if you are in Liberia and you don't have the political influence, you don't have the connection, there is a highly and likely possibility that you and your children will die in poverty. The reason being is because you have a government that is not contemplating on programs that will sustain you as a parent and also be able to sustain your family in time to come. People will only want to go and get what they want. So this platform is not going to sugarcoat anything for CDC. It's not going to sugarcoat anything for Unity Party or any party. Most of the guys you see on our platform, when I mean our platform from Liberia, these guys are sitting in other people's countries, right? They're utilizing the electricity, they're utilizing the internet, they're utilizing all those things. And all they do is to come and sit and have conversations surrounding the country, all right? I'm here to give you a broad daylight information, a roadmap of other countries so that you can see, not just by reading, but by seeing how other countries are making progress and why your country is not making progress. I'm not here to come sit down here every day and say, hey, God, look at Edwin Snow, he want to be president. Jeremiah Cohen, no. All these things are just flamboyant conversation that is not going to take the country anywhere. What I want to show you is how to actually drive on the road. It's like we're looking at a book. Maybe I can find a book here. I have a series of books. Okay. Let me just take the literature here, right? It's like I have the literature in my hand here. And I'm telling you, my man here, look at all these cities in here. Yeah, look at these cities. Wow, there are a lot of good cities here. Look at the other road. I don't want to do that for you. I want you and I to get on the ground and let me show you the physical road. And say, you see from here over there, that is the road. This is the road you will take. That is why it's missing in Liberia. So going forward, we are going to be looking at different country national development plan. You see, I challenged CDC when they were in administration. Show me your vision between 2018 to 2023. They never showed that. And what happened today? You know the result, right? So I'm not going to be challenging the Boakai administration. Because you see, one thing I want you to understand about your Liberian politicians and government officials, they are very good at coming to sweet talk. They talk these things, but they never walk the walk. They say they got a plan, but the plan never come to fruition. And they have been happening over and over and over and over. However, there are other countries that will present to you their national development plan. Excuse me. And when you look at the productivities in those countries, you will see the actual result coming out. And with that, you can say, you know what, let me try to invest my time, my energy into those countries. That is what I want to show to you guys on the platform. I want to enlighten your mind so that you cannot waste your time. If you have 50,000, you say, where should I invest the money? In Liberia or in Burkina Faso, in South Africa, in Guinea? I want you to be able to see which country really got that roadmap that will actually add value to your money, to your investment. Then you just go into a place and say, oh, I heard people saying this, but I did not know all of these things here. And again, we are looking at a new dispensation when it comes to discussing things in Liberia. Why it is true that I'm not here to condemn any other platform, but most of the platforms are becoming redundant in the sense that they say the same thing over and over. And every time you go there, you don't see anything different. You don't see nothing different. You see the same thing. The same thing you listened to from last year is the same thing you listen to here. But we are here to add value to our conversation. We are here to add value to our conversation. You see, when you go to work in America, every little job you do, at the end of the day, that result is going to provide service to somebody. And those services you provide through your going to work every day, it kind of increase the productivity level of your company. And that productivity level is coming from your contribution. And that will make you value. In our country, we're not providing services to people. So we are not counting ourselves as being people who measure values. If you and I were given the opportunity to go and discuss things in Liberia, where we all sit down around the table and they ask each and every one of you, what are you doing to where you are? How do you think your work is affecting other people's lives? From your experience, from what you're going to tell, what you're going to explain on our platform, there will be people sitting in the audience that will be looking at you and say, yes, that guy making sense. I never heard about that before, but that's the information I'm getting. You see, my brothers and sisters, there are certain information, if it's given to you, you will not only understand it, you will feel the reality of that information. You will say, yes, this guy is saying, he's making sense. And that's all we are here to do for you guys, folks. That's all we are here to do for you guys. But as always, we often start the show with different video or things happening in the country. And I will never hesitate but to show you guys things that are happening in the country. Always. Because it goes to show that the way things are happening in our country is the way our people think. Hey. The way things are happening in our country is the way people think. If somebody comes to your house, the way you design your house from the outside to the inside, the person will say, wow, this guy got a very good mindset for his house. So when you go to Liberia and see the way things are in the country, it's the exact way the people think in the country. So we're not here to come provide political entertainment here. All right, we are here to tell you about the reality of life. I want you to be able to see things and say yes. And we are like the guy who comes in the morning and tell you the traffic. If you're about to go to work in the morning, don't you listen to the traffic? They give you real-time traffic, right? If you're ready to go to work in the morning, don't they tell you about the weather to prepare yourself? Yes. So this platform is what our goal are. We come on a platform to give you real-time information. So that when you look at Liberia, you look at somebody saying, so they say, look, my man, these are fundamental program implementation that I would like to see happening in Liberia. It is not happening in Liberia. So how sure am I that what you're talking is not just gibberish that you're putting out here to make yourself to feel better? I want to see real results. I want to see reality happening in Liberia. Don't you want to see that? Let's take CDC for example here. Because CDC right now is a case study from the last 6 years. We had the 5 pillars, all right? The 5 pillars of the CDC government earmark certain things. But if I were to ask any that has solution, even George Weah himself, and say, Mr. Weah, yes, you had the 6 pillar or the 5 pillar. Can you show me what impact, what adverse effect those things may or have on the people of Liberia? And how many of your supporters can go out there to defend it? You follow me on this? Because it was the plan. So how many people can come out there and defend that? That's what I want us to understand. Everywhere we go today, whether you are a cartoon pusher, for every cartoon pusher in America here, there are certain number of cartoons that you need to push before that day, that shift in. Because every cartoon that you push, there is certain amount that need to go out. And if you're not pushing that cartoon to get a certain amount, you'll not be able to get that job for a long time. Because they're going to measure your performance. So now think about government officials who are responsible to develop programs that allow their subordinate and other people in their ministry or agency to effect changes. How do you measure that changes? How do you know that those changes are actually affecting the life of the people? Your brothers and sisters, they don't know these things who are in government today. There's nobody telling you right now. There's not one minister coming up and telling you what is the function of that ministry. What is their 3 to 5 year vision plan? Mr. Boakai took office in 2024, right? Yes, 2024. When you go ask every minister and director, can you show me your 3 to 5 year vision plan? What is that vision plan all about? How does it align with the arrest agenda? I'm simply asking you to ask that minister, tell me what the weather will be this week. Tell me what is the road traffic today. They don't have those things. So how do you know that they're actually going to successfully complete their job when you don't have those things? So today, we are going to be looking at a country called the Philippines. All right? We're going to look at a country called the Philippines because for every time I come here, I will try to bring countries by country and show you their blueprint. So that some of you guys, when you travel to this country or you see the country online, you say, yes, Jay Randy told me about that country. I know how to find their blueprint. I know exactly what to do. We will bring, the next time we come again, we'll bring another country from Africa. These successful countries that are making strides in Africa, we'll bring them on board so you can see. So we'll be testing all different continents to see what the leaders and his officials are doing to improve the lives of the people. Not just coming and just having the orally conversation that becoming obsolete, that getting all dusty and rusty out here. No. I want you to walk away every day and asking yourself, what is the goal of the ministry agenda? What is the goal of the ministry of finance? What's the goal of the Liberian EPA? What is the goal of the Liberian Revenue Authority? I mean, what are they hoping to achieve? Those are things that I want you to understand. And now, remember this. Most of your brothers and sisters who are online, that are being paid by some of the politicians, they are directly turning their attention from these things. Because you know why? They are being paid to ignore these things and direct their energy somewhere else. So that at the end of the day, They will always find a victim to blame. Because that's what people will always do. Whenever they become a failure, then the next thing to recuse themselves is to always look for what? A scapegoat to say, see those guys, they were the one that distracted us. But I want you to understand from now on, this is what we're going to be doing. All right? So let's get into the video here, and thank you guys so much for joining me, because I'm only here for 1 hour, and I will be keeping my time to 1 hour nowadays, because our information will be very, very relevant here. Yesterday we showed a video about what was happening in South Africa. If you watch that video, you get to know what actually happened in South Africa. So if you miss it, we had that on our YouTube channel. All right, we're going to be uploading our video now on YouTube channel so that other people can get to watch them and see what we are all about here. So without further delay, the first thing I would like to start with here. Okay, the video from yesterday. All right, the video from yesterday. Let me see how far we went with that video from yesterday. I'm just trying to count my data here to see how many stats we have in regards to that. All right, so let me count my data here right now. So yesterday video, all right, yesterday video. So the title yesterday video was, let me just read out for you guys here. Did former president we are approve of this lady insult against the late Nancy Bido? Listen and be the judge. So up to this point, we had 2,200 views. That is a very big blow for me. If I get 2,200 views, I'm happy. Because if you look at the number of people that watch our show every time we come on, and when we leave, we get 2,000. I am happy more than someone who won the lottery. I'm happy that someone who had just gotten a visa to leave Liberia and go to another country, because our information is powerful. All right? It's powerful. So what am I looking for from the Joshua people? Yesterday, we heard that there was we watched a lady who came on air with kind of vengeance. All right? Yes, who came on air with kind of vengeance. All right? Let me see if somebody want. Guy, hold on there for a second here. All right? Let me see what time is it. All right, let me see here. Let's see here. Hold on there, guy. All right. Just bear with me there, guys. All right, I'm just trying to do something quickly here. Hey, Coke. Okay. All right. So yesterday, those of you who were on here with me, you had the opportunity. You saw me coming on late last night, and we were watching and analyzing a video of a lady who came on and started to rain and disrespectful words of insult against the late Samuel Kayando's wife, and in the name of George Weah. And I thought, as a professional person, we need to understand one thing as Liberian. But let me just focus on the politics. As a politician who always operates, let me just take that back. If you are a Liberian politician, you need to clearly understand that our political process, our election process, works on a majority basis, right? Our political process, the act of electing any candidate in Liberia, work on a democratic process that require people to go to vote, and the vote will be based on the larger number of voters that take your side, right? Now, keep that in mind. There is a famous saying that we must protect the vote. What does protecting the vote mean? You must be very careful how you interact with the public. You should manage your words that you use in the public in the name of your party. You should be careful how you put things out there and how you judge things. Why? Because one vote means one candidate, one community, and one country. You have to understand those things. So yesterday, whatever happened, many of you guys know the story. Information have been going around that, George Weah did not do this for Nancy Bido. Nancy Bido what's the former wife of Samuel Canyon do? They both have departed this world. The woman just died recently, as recent as last week. While her family is still bearing their loss, there are other people who want to play politics. And I got it. There are other people who want to play politics. People who want to come from the other side to come and play politics with Nancy B. do death. But what I want Sedition to understand, there are people who will want to instigate commotion. And that commotion is aimed at what? Exposing the candidate or the party in a very negative way. And they will come out to say things that will aggravate people. But you have to be very, very careful because politics is dynamic. It's dynamic in a sense that right now there are more people saying negative things about Boakai right now, whether it is coming or we are the thing, the people for them. But you remember when we were in the presidency, there were more people saying negative things about we are and were supporting Cummings and Boakai. So how do you manage that kind of mindset of people? One is to understand that you will always need vote from every part of that country called Liberia. And with that mindset, you want to be very careful when somebody accuses you of something, how you respond. Never allow people who support you with emotion to come out there and say things, because those very things can come back and hurt you. So when I came out yesterday and started to put all those nasty words, it became a concern to me. And you know, when I saw, I said, okay, this girl claimed to be the face of CDC. She calling the former President George Weah's name. She defending the government, but her message out there is wrong. And I don't give a damn whether you come in, because you guys have lost so many times. I am not too sure with that behavior, okay, yo, even win election 2029. I have to be very upfront with you guys here. And you know, this country called the United States had taught me to be very upfront with people. Because as a professional person, you look in the eyes of your customers, you look in the eye of your boss, you tell your boss the straight talk. I don't know many Liberians that work here, how they manage their information when it comes to their own people, how they deal with them. But I'm damn sure that when they're talking to the white people, they can't lie to them. Because the white people always do check but verify. So I want to make sure that that character, that behavior crosses all boundary lines that I interact with. I'm not going to say that I can't sugarcoat things here. All right? So that message from that girl yesterday was very, very dangerous. How do we address that? I did provide solutions, suggestions to the problem, but it's up to CDC to take it. But today, somebody sent me the guy, the called Prophet Key. He capitalized on that. And he started to denigrate the CDC government because of that girl's statement. You see, you don't want to be the one to instigate something that other people can capitalize on. That's why it's good to manage your worries. It's good to manage your information out there. All right? It's good to manage it because the more careful you become, the less likely you are to make any error out there. But the more careless you are, increases your error level. And these are things that CDC need to understand. I don't care what kind of trick they want to play. Oh, let us not open the people's eyes. No. It is better to continue to educate the people so that with the education they got and the little knowledge they acquire from other places will help them to make an informed decision. Other than that, it will just be here and there, here and there. You don't want to keep the population of people uneducated because you want to gain political relevance. Why? Because one day you will get old, you will be unable to do that job. And if you leave the population uneducated, they're going to make the mistake and they're going to come back to haunt you and hurt you. So I'm saying to CDC, you have to be very careful because Grand Juda County is a very viable county. If you look at the history of the going past election, Grand Juda went to George Weah. So why would somebody get her and start to denigrate a most important mother from Grand Juda County and you don't say anything? You got to be proactive. Just because it's not election time doesn't mean that when somebody can say something, no. Because at the end of the day, you will want to go to that southeastern there and say, look, you can't vote for me. But you don't know who now taking in the information and expecting the CDC has also come up and put up a rebuttal and say, no, we disagree with what that person said. It is not the party. In fact, we apologize for whoever said anything. We are from the same place. We'll talk our own. Nobody did it. If you remember when Mobile Model came out the last time and said, oh, George, we are doing this, George, we are doing this. So we have missed the opportunity on that one. And today the party bear the consequences. What I think Mr. Weah should have done in a Mobile Model case, if Mr. Weah should have just called Mobile Model, sit with Mobile Model, have the camera rolling, and talk to Mobile Model. And say, Model, yes, I heard your concern. And I clearly understand what you are saying. If I'm making mistake, what I'm doing, I need you to guide me on this. How do you think we can make things better? You don't have to tell me everything here right now. But the reason I call you before the camera here is to let you know that I hear you. And anything you put out there, it becomes a concern for me and the party. And therefore, I need your guidance. You know what you do to the opposition? If Mr. Weah contractor himself that way, everywhere you go argue and say, my man, Mobile Model said the thing, the president called the man, the president said yes. He felt that he made a mistake, Mobile Model should take the lead. It was not going to become a political issue. But when you brush things away, then you're giving that right to the opposition to classify that day in the best way possible. You see, Liberians, our democracy is very young. We are not been in our democracy for over 50 years, not even 30 years, not even 25 years. They voting to elect someone, we are not been in it for over 30 years. So as far as the experiences go about how to adequately manage problems, reduce the risk of causing a toxic relationship, we supposed to be learning these things every day. But if it seems that people in Liberia who are attached to the politician, they don't tend to understand it. And that's what's happening to us today. All right? So let me progress here. So I'm just asking Mr. Weah, they need to come up with a statement this week to let the people of Great Judah know that whatever is going out there, it is not from the official of CDC. And let it be clear that anyone who speaks out there without the authority from the CDC high up is only speaking on behalf of them. And if they continue, that person will be continually disconnected or will be eventually disconnected from the party, because we don't want people going out there. And then in the end, you can go to the person and say, hey, look, if there's a major issue out there and you want to address it, you make sure you reach out to us. Don't go out there, because when you put anything out there and you are a face of the party that people know, people can twist those things in. So before you go out there to say anything, please make sure you let us know. If there's anything like casual thing, like maybe CDC is in class with something that's fine, but anything that got to do with a major decision, if you want to go out there and speak on behalf of the party, just make sure that you stay to yourself. That whatever I'm about to say here, I'm saying it on behalf of myself and not on behalf of the party. That way, people who watch you will say, but he or she, he nobody, or she nobody. She just said the thing what she's saying is not from the party. So when you put out that self-disclaimer, you're kind of protecting the party. But at the same time, you're saying things out there. But what I get there yesterday, she kind of owned what she said, and she felt that she owned it because she had direct connection to the CDC party. Hate me, love me, but that's what I do, folks. That's what I do. That's what I do. You will not go represent your company out there. If you're working for the Webman company, you will not go out there. If you get inspection coming onto your company, or somebody show up to your company and say, oh, my name is so and so, then you get there and say, yeah, the supervisor in there, but you can sit down here, let me do that. You can't do those things. So when you're in an organization, your discipline level, your management of words, you have to do these things. Political party is not just to join the party to align with the party value. But when you're running an organization, you also want to learn how to manage information. Because you know why? Joe William may get old and retire from CDC. All the people that in the CDC government, they will retire and get old. And guess who will be coming in? The younger people. But if you don't prepare the younger people how to adequately handle situation, crisis management, information management, words to use and words to not use, when you guys are old and retire and people come out there and they're not prepared, what's going to happen? Do you see why Manchester United is struggling today? Because Manchester United does not have a very solid youth academy. So send the less of Cristiano Ronaldo there, Rio Ferdinand then left, Fergie left. They are struggling today. So what do you think other teams will be doing now? Other teams will look at their mistake and say, it's time for us to prepare ourselves. That's why you see clubs like Barcelona, Real Madrid, they always coming up with good players because they believe in their academy. They know that one day that the original Ronaldinho are going to go, the original Ronaldo are going to go, all the top players are going to go. Samuel Eto'o, they were going to go. So what did they do? They started to train most of the guys. Messi then came in the picture. Messi then aged out, they left. Now they got a young breed of people. That's how you grow an organization to sustain the organization. But these are things that we don't even teach in our school. We don't even teach it in our organization in Liberia. So people learn it differently in other people's country, which become a pash. And you know, whether somebody in Australia or somebody in the place, they learning all those things here. That's what's happening. And that's why we are here to teach you guys these things. There's no person, don't take anything personal here. What we have to do is to help you guys. Because there is a risk that is taking place in the world that we, the black people, we don't know nothing. That's why you see people coming out today and talking about the DEI. They're like, you know what? They first off for the black people and they want to brought in the government here. So let's get rid of the DEI, let them come and fight for themselves. But you know, and I know that some of you guys are very smart people. You guys can better handle situation with the higher level of respect and control and experience. But for those who are just part of the party that want to identify with things, it's not going to help, all right? So let's make progress here. So that is my saying on that. And if you just joining, please share the video, okay? All right, so let's see where we are now here. All right, so first, what should I start? I want to start with the, let's see here. Where should I start? Okay, I think I know where to start. Let me start with the PowerPoint presentation first. Okay, let's go with the PowerPoint presentation here. All right. Let's go with the PowerPoint presentation that I started with here initially. All right. So let's go with the PowerPoint presentation here. So this is the PowerPoint presentation here. All right. So let's start with the PowerPoint presentation here, folks. All right. So we're not here to see J. Randy here. So what is my thought on this relationship here? All right. I sent all my posts out there and I expressed myself. All right. I already expressed myself. I already said what I wanted to say here. All right. So I'm encouraging you to go online and read my post of what I said about Mr. Costa. But I think this should be a lesson learned for all Liberians. This should be a lesson learned for all Liberians. If we want to move forward with our country, it is time now for us to start to evaluate people based on principles and not on convenience. And you know, Costa has manifested himself so many times. All right, he has manifested himself so many times. So speaking about Costa, let's go to what Costa said recently about Boakai, right? Let's see what he said here. So let's go to some video here and listen to what he said about Joe Boakai here back in the days. All right, so it's just all about letting you know that is one of the reasons why the women don't trust with the black people, because we are not reliable. And you know, and I will reiterate that anytime I come on my show here, because those who will support Costa behavior are only doing so because it's just because they want to, you know, get that political advantage. So let's listen here. Let's listen here to Costa here. All right, let's listen to Costa.
Suffer directly and indirectly. The fishermen, 11,000 of them. Mm-hmm. The women who buy the fish, about what, 22,000 of them? That's 33,000 people, right? Mm-hmm. And then, of course, the entire population that eats fish. and so forth. And yet, the senators that should be advocating for the Liberian people's interest, where are they? They are all with Joe Boakai. Something. 19 of them are with Joe Boakai. And they're saying, we want the continuation of this. What the president has given up, all of our resources, 66 bad concession agreements. Joe Boakai as head of the Senate, the man who approves the agenda of the Senate. Now, folks, something you all need to know that you don't know. You know who's the head of the Liberian Senate? Joseph Yuma Boakai. You know who approves the agenda for discussion, the things that the Senate does? Joseph Boakai. He approves the Senate's agenda. Everything, all the bad concessions, all the bad government deals that they can do, that can go to the Senate for ratification. Who presides? Joe Boakai. Who approves the agenda? Joe Boakai. He does everything. When I hear some of you say he's an honest old man, he is just as wicked and good for nothing as Aaron. And yet some of you backplay and say you won't vote for him. Liberians will suffer directly and indirectly. The fishermen, 11,000 of them. The women who buy the fish, about what, 22,000 of them? That's 33,000 people, right? And then, of course, the entire population that eats fish.
All right, so we'll stop it right there, folks. We'll stop it right there because I know some of you guys listen to the TF for a very long time. But you see, people are judged on their character, all right? And that's what we want to establish here. Like I said, by the year 21,020, everyone of us who were born in the 1900s, that is from 1900 to 1999, will all be dead and gone. We're going to join the ranks of the Joseph Jenkins Robber. The third man era will be gone. And our children who were born in the 2000 and present, they will take care of the future to come. But now what we're doing here today, their children, including some of them, will start the process of judging what we do here. I understand many Liberians, they are only there to say what you tell the baby goat, the way the baby goat will eat. That is a typical definition of a very, very ineligible Liberian man talking like that. They don't believe in sustainability. Costa has exhibited this character of no value. All right? He had turned himself into a megaphone that only make noise when things not in his favor. So that means Costa only operate on convenience and not on principles. And everybody need to understand that. Costa behavior towards Joe Boakai and Weir should be something we call lesson learned. Who out there right now watching these things? And that lesson learned should not only be limited to Costa alone. That lesson learned should be a tool that you need to use to look at other people who come in your organization. What kind of person is they? What are they coming to do? What are their intentions? So you got to be able to understand this thing. That's a lesson learned you're taking away from there. But the way the young man is carrying on himself now, I understand. What Costa is doing today is part of what we call landmark achievement. All right? Landmark achievement. And what do I mean by that? When you graduate from high school at the age of 18, you have acquired a very big success in your life so far. Between that age of 19 up to 25, you need to acquire something else. And let's say if you finish with your academics credential, maybe you got your PhD, you got your master or your bachelor between 19 to 25, or you learn yourself a better job. By the time you hit 30 years old, you start to raise 1 or 2 children on your own with your family. That's a second landmark. Now, when you start to reach your mid-30s, that 35, 40, there should be another change in your life. And then by the time you reach your 50, you need to be somewhere well settled. That landmark of age accomplishment is not common in Liberia as it's common in other places. That's why you see today, when Eden was president, Taros Delon came in as same rank and file. He was not able to complete his education. Things became very tough for him. So what did he do? He ran back to Liberia and took shortcut. Costa too had been running him up from Eden days. He seen himself getting older. His son, who was born a few years ago, the late born now, is gaining in age, learning things. When he looked at him, he said, like, gee, what the hell am I doing here? Running my mobile, I ain't getting nothing here. So I had to find a way to get things for myself because I'm getting to my 50s. This is What happens when you have a country that does not have an agenda for its citizens to prepare their minds as to what needs to be done, to have a structured society? Like in many society where they say when you're at the age of 18, you should graduate from high school. By the age of 20 to 21, you should have something going on. We don't have that kind of structure in our country. So as a result, people create a lot of gaps in between their life, so they don't accomplish things. So at the very end of their useful adult life, maybe they in their 35, going to 40, be like, geez, few years from now, be 50 years, what the hell going on here? Next thing you know, they look right next door, they go to politics. And do you think they're going to be honest in politics? No. They're going to lie their way into politics so they can sit in there because the government of Liberia pay more as to politicians than any other job. So they sit there by lying to the other people. So when you look at what Costa is doing, he is part of a system that have failed him as well. And that system have failed almost everybody. Because the threshold of people becoming successful in Liberia is 1 or 1,000. That means for every 1,000 people, you got one that will be successful in that country. That to what extent things are going right now. So for every 1,000 person you meet in Liberia, it takes one to be successful. That's how difficult it is in the country. But you see, people are not paying attention to the reality that we have here, so they don't care. Majority of the people who run these different platforms live in a white man country. And they enjoy themselves. They wouldn't come and just entertain the people. But the country that we live in here, the chances of you getting a job is almost like 10 over 15 or 13 over 15. That means that out of 15 opportunity, 13 people can get it. That means only 2 will be left. In other places, it will be 15 over 15. So they don't worry about these things. But in Liberia, for every 1,000 person to get a job, you have one person that might be lucky to get it. And that person's luck is not based on their qualification. It's either based on bending over or getting a contact with somebody. That's not a society that you want to live in. All right? So it is what it is. So Costa to me is just nothing but a walking distraction. And today he's supporting Joe Boakai. What happened to yesterday? You were there exposing all Boakai medical record, right? What happened the day before yesterday? You were there calling Joe we are a stupid fool. The brother is just on the hustle to get things work. And do you blame him? No. Because the politicians themselves too, they don't have no landmark of what they really want to achieve. So that's why it is. All right. So with Costa issue there, let's move on to the next thing on the spreadsheet here. All right. What next on the list here? What next on the list is my favorite one here. Yeah. What next on the list is the most favorite one that I like. So guys, check this one out. This is what I like. Check this one out here. All right. Now, as you can see the photo here, it's not about Claudia. Forget about Claudia. Claudia is part of the 1900 group. Look at these children here. These are the future of our country. These are the people that I am always talking about. These are the people that will see you and I mistake in time to come. These children are May 2000 born. They were born in the middle of 2000. These are the future Liberians here. These are the people that will realize the decision that we're making today. These are the people that will realize and will get to study and say, what the hell Jay Rennie was doing over there? What the hell Spear was doing over there? These guys were a bunch of uneducated people that never understood. So this picture, to me, one of these kids will remember the picture in the next 50 to 60 years from now. One of them will remember it and they will keep it. These are the people that some of us are fighting for. These are the future leaders of the country. Those are the young children that I would like to sit and actually be able to talk to. Because those are the people that I believe will redeem our country. Those are the people I'm very fixated on. These are the people that got me going. Because I know in time to come, one of them, if not 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, will take into studying the past of Liberia and they will get to understand. I got that faith and I strongly believe that. But as far as our people go, no, they don't understand those things. All right? Now, let's continue making progress here, folks. Let's continue making progress here. We are gradually getting there. So, these are government officials here, as you can see here, right? These guys are government officials. These guys are high-ranking officials. This guy here, this guy. Who else again here? This guy. Why do you think these guys that are government officials, all right? Why do you think these guys who are government officials are now going on social platforms like how you myself sitting down here right now and going to be doing the exact thing that they were doing when they were not in power? You know what that means? It means that Joseph Boakai does not have no plan for these guys. Picture yourself going to work on Tuesday. You enter the office, you see your supervisor, your manager. My man, we are here now. So, oh, no job today. Yeah, oh, you grab a few of your friends there. The weather is nice out there. You're going to sit down and, you know, somewhere close to the building. And you're just there, you're talking. That does not happen in this country here, right? Because your leaders, your bosses, they always have something for you to do. Joe Boakai has no national development plan. That arrest thing is just a plan without no implementation. That is why you see these guys are finding ways to entertain themselves. You know, when you watch the movie Shrek Part 2, when Donkey and the old guy were going to the ogre wife family. And Donkey got so bold and said, Shrek, I'm bold. And Shrek said, he asked the ogre. He said, he called the guy on Shrek. And you know, Shrek asked the ogre, I'm bold. And he said, find a way to entertain yourself. That's exactly what the guys are doing. Don't see the guy walking around having the press conference. There's nothing no goddamn God, and we prove that. There will be a part 2 to the conversation here. So they just run through the list of things, and then we'll come back to these guys, and I will show you the part 2. But these guys have absolutely nothing to fall back on, all right? Absolutely nothing, all right? So just a heads up here, all right? We start our channel again to broadcast here. So these are the channels that we're broadcasting on, so take a good look at them. All right, these are the channels that we have, so you might want to subscribe, follow, but these are our channel that we're broadcasting from, so we look forward to you guys looking up and be able to join us in there. All right, so let's continue here again, folks. I think we have done enough show and tell. Now it is time for us to go to video now. Yes, let's go to video. Let's go to video. First video here. All right, let me see the first video here. Our very first video will be this video here. Where my sister Kopo, is she here today? I want to congratulate Kopo for sending me this video here. All right. I don't know, is she here today? Where is my sister Kopo? All right. First video of our day. All right. This is the first video here. Let's go to the first video right now, folks. First video of the day. So as you can see here, this is a police officer. And you know, this is a police officer. So let's go through the video so you can see the police officer. All right, let's watch the video again so you can see the police officer. All right, so let's start the video over there. All right, let's start the video right there. All right, let's start the video right there and start to have some conversation surrounding the video here. All right. So the first time I saw the video, I thought it was like an action movie. And I thought, Gregory Como had made deal with the Liberia National Police and to actually start an action movie. Because those kind of scene, you don't see them in the public so common like that. And those of us that live in the United States and other places, you don't see those kind of thing happening like that, except in the situation where people are, shooting movies. So when I saw that thing, I was like, geez, I mean, these guys in Liberia now into movie business. I mean, I see a police guy hanging to the the window and stuff like that. I thought it was a movie. I was like, oh, but then Gregory Como is adding value to the police. And where the police is trying to create their own movies. Maybe Liberia National Police series 1, series 2, but that was not the case. The case here is you have a police officer who we all know care for his life, which is number one priority. And then the life of the people and the operator of that keke. He together does not care about these people. He doesn't understand that he could suffer from head trauma. Look at the video here again, folks. Look at the video. All right? Look at the video here. This guy hair is exposed. This thing is moving more than 10 miles per hour. He's holding that thing in the middle of the traffic. What does that tell you about the risk associated with what the guy is doing? He doesn't care about public safety. He doesn't care about his own lives. He doesn't care about the life of the people in the car. All he is fixated on is to hold that man down. That is how illiterate we are in our country. That's how illiterate we are. So when I saw it, I thought it was a movie. Because sometimes they got to shoot in a movie, you can see the man that did, and the poke going that did. But all the things are all protected. Some of the things they don't even be on the real road. They can be in the studio. But this guy is actually on the real road. So the question here is, what training are these guys getting from the Liberia National Police headquarters? What training are they getting? Where when somebody go to work, you see them putting themselves at the highest risk of even killing themselves. One mistake that man made, he's falling backward, he's going to have a head trauma. Do we have neurologists in the country to carry out brain surgery when you start having a bleed in the brain? I mean, I'm just having the conversation here, folks. I'm just having the conversation here just for us to talk. Because these are things that contribute to our country being a good-for-nothing country. No police officer, no matter what you think that person has done, should put themselves and other people in harm's way. You can't do that. You can't do that. But it is Liberia. So the thing here is that something that Gregory Como has empowered the police to do? And is that something that Gregory Como has empowered the police to do? Is that part of their training? I would like to know. Is that something that they are trained to do? Because these are the common realities that happen in our country every day that kind of justify the kind of people we are. And so why is it true that people want to sit down and talk politics? You saw on the highway the other day, a police officer got killed in an accident. Now, I'm not saying that police officers, they don't die in other accidents. But in Liberia, there is an exception to things that happen in the country that can be prevented. In other countries, there are preventive measures in place. But when catastrophe happens that lead to fatality, they will want to understand why. But in Liberia, there is never a time to look at why things happen and how we can prevent it. So you got a guy on the street. I mean, look at this thing here, for example, folks. Take a look at this thing. How you think people will feel when they look at this guy right here? All right? How you think people will feel when they look at this guy? You got some people visiting the country, they're like, well, what the guy doing? Are they shooting a movie in this place? We got to stop the kind of behavior in our country. We got to stop the kind of behavior in our country. It ain't worth it. We need to stop the kind of behavior. It ain't worth it. But this is who we are. This is how we define ourselves. And we shouldn't be defining ourselves like that. We should not. Under no circumstances should we be defining ourselves as that. These are common daily activities or practices that we see in our country that bring into question about what I often say. The way you see things in Liberia happening is how we think. So when you see that police officer standing in front of the car, and what coming to your mind is that the only way? So let me ask this question. What happened to the body camera that Gregory Coleman said he was breaking about? What happened to all the police radio that you cannot see a man and call and say, hey, I see a keke gets fired by lesson places and so I'm behind the keke like this. But you see police officer coming and standing before your car. You see, Gregory Coleman is not an administrator. He is not schooled into becoming or being an administrator. When you receive the equipment, you don't just rush to the public and start to displace them. Because when you start to display these things, the next thing the public will start to look for is the expectation in the public about these things that you bring in. Gregory Coleman a few weeks or month ago came out, oh, we got new police and camera. We got this one, we got this one. Next thing we know, we see a guy standing in front of a keke, a moving keke. So then what happened to the body camera? What happened to all the police or gadgets that were given to them? Because Mr. Coleman is not ready to implement these things. These guys are just a bunch of people who love to show off. All right? All right. Let's move here, folks. Let's move here. Next video in line. Where is the next video in line here? Let's see it. Next video in line here. Next video. There's so many of them I have here. Next video in line here. All right? Now, let's look at the other one again. These are things happening in Liberia. These are things that create unsafe conditions in the country. You see, what you saw that police officer doing, it fit the description of creating unsafe condition. The policeman behavior, and unsafe behavior or unsafe action of that policeman will lead to creating a very unsafe environment. And that unsafe environment can lead to something else. So the action of that police behavior can escalate to cause other issues in the country. All right, so let's see here. Next on the list here is this one right here. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. What's the next one here? All right, I'm trying to find the next one here right now. And that one will be, I'm looking at the other one here. I want to find which one will come on next. All right, I got one here for you guys here now. I want to test the video one here. How about download the video here? All right, let me see here. That video. I want to take a look at that video first before I go to the photo. Where is that video? I need to find that video. This one here is a little bit concerning to me. And people want to go extra miles to do stuff, but I'm just concerned about their life. Yes, because you can't keep going extra miles to do something that could compromise your life, and that could even lead to you dying and stuff like that. So this has to do with this. I think I might have it in my download folder. Let me check my download folder here. Is it in my download folder here? Let me see here. No, it's not in there. Let me check up here. All right, I think I got it here now. No, that's not that one. Geez, I thought I downloaded this thing here. Oh man. Oh, I thought I did. All right. So what I'm going to do here, let's go and discuss the picture here. But I really wanted to show you guys that video because that video is very, very key to give you a sense of what I'm trying to convey here today. Let's see it. That's not the one. That's not the one here. I wonder this one. No, that's not the one here. Let's see here. That's not it here. But this one looked like a picture. I think it should be the one. Okay. Let's check the other video out here quick. I think this is it here. Let's check it out here. Yeah, that's it here.
Okay. As you guys can see, we're on the last floor.
So, this is Hotel Africa. All right? This is Hotel Africa. So, let's play the video, and then I will come back to explain a few things to you guys.
This is it. This last floor. From here, you can get a better view. You can see the entire Morovia.
from here.
Yeah, you see the whole city. I see the whole city.
I see Freeport. So right here, when you're here, you can see everything. See the ship. Wow. See the fire beach. You can even see conference center from here. You can see the Gulf feed from here. So let me show you guys what I'm saying. So the only thing like that is the trees now. I mean, the trees are planted in your field. But back then, when you stay here, you can see the trees from the trees back in the place. So back then, you can see the conference center there. There's a building there, maybe you can zoom it so you will see it. There's a building there. There's a conference center, and you can see the golf club, the golf field there. There's a golf field in that clear area there. Yes. So everything was just attached to the entire place. And the other side is Gori. It's the property. Those are the property. And this side is the parking lot. So I'm going to show you guys the villa from up here. And everybody wishes to see the villa. Yeah, so yeah, we're going to show you guys the villa. I cover a few holes here because back then the water from up here used to really fill down there when you're taking people up. People be falling through. I think I cover some holes here, and then we get a way back there where some my workers can sleep.
So, maybe that's not a room here, right?
No. The view was 52, but no.
So guys, thanks to everyone and get video it's nice
Okay, as you guys can see, we on the lock.
All right, guys, let's stop the video there. And let's go through some discussion here, right? Okay, so people try to impress, all right? People try to impress the Boakai administration, but at the same time, they are putting their life at risk, all right? They are putting their life at risk. That nuisance building, that building is actually called a nuisance, a public nuisance. That nuisance building was built in 1979. That is the Hotel Africa building. It was built in 1979. The structure was in place. It was intact during the dual administration. But due to the 14 years of civil war, the entire building did not only get looted internally. As you can see from the video, the building completely got destroyed. If you look at where the guest in here, you see the elevation across here. That means she's at the very top of Hotel Africa. Now, while it is true that Liberians' public safety is not a concern, let me try to help you guys understand here. Few things here. That building been exposed to so many years of rain, depreciation, contamination, pests, and everything. And they up there in that building, that even the foundation of that building is not structurally sound for somebody to go up there. And they just walking up there. What if they go and step on the wrong spot and that entire building curve in? Now, as I say anything, if I'm in Liberia, oh my man, you wish the people bad luck. A typical black man. A typical black man. That building is a public hazard. That building is a nuisance building. The government of Liberia need to tape that entire building there and say, do not enter, because the building is not structurally sound. That building is not supposed to be, or used as an entrance. But again, we can say those kind of things. But people will continue to go in there and say, oh, JMB here, JMB there, JMB that. You need to be able to tell your people these things. That building does not have any other integrity for people to go in there and start to do stuff. I was giving time with our government official. start to look at things and start to take responsibility. Now you see how our country is so backward in so many things. You see it? You follow me on that? These are the common things that government is supposed to be paying attention to. That building been exposed for a very long period of time, from 1979 up to present. That's a very long period of time. And then they just walking in there, walking on the highest floor. What happened to this, to the concrete design? What happened to the reinforcement? Everything over there is down. But because our people are not educated to these things, now you see the level to which the illiteracy rate has taken over everywhere in our country. I bet you if you are in the country and you and somebody walking out the test, I'm not going in that building. That's what I'll tell you. If you're talking to somebody in this country or in the city, I'm going to tell you, say, I'm not going in that building. Why? That building is a public nuisance. That building don't, I cannot go in there to walk in there because I don't know what the concrete is like in there. So these are things that we will continue to talk about here. Because the next thing you go low, somebody will fall down, the entire concrete will come and fall on the person's chest. And the person died. The next thing you go see, people, oh God, God be there, God be there, God be there. That's our people. So these common things, we need to be able to address them. We need to be able to address these things. Government need to go over there and surround that whole building and shut it down. Do not enter. Or by ready, just what we want. Blast that building down. Carry on a total demolition of that building and level things out. Because it is a public nuisance. But what do you know? That Liberia, they're not interested in any kind of conversation in here. But you know you got to be aware of that because you don't want to be the one to leave from here and go in that building and suddenly get fucked up with you. I don't want to listen to me and you leave from here, go in that building, you get fucked up. I'm going to hear that news because I will tell you, say, you fucked up more than you fucked up. You don't go look at a building like that. Very, very dangerous. So those of you that are watching here, I hope not only that building will give you the idea. Stay away from public nuisance. If you see a policeman in front of your car, tell the man, say, Pupu Jami, I want to get that red now. Let that man slow down, you get out. Let that policeman and that driver be hanging on that car. Because you are from a society that's supposed to educate you so that you cannot get into problems like that. All right? Let me progress here, folks. Let me progress here. We are looking at things that are happening in Liberia all the time because you got missed out on some of these things that you don't think that is so necessary to listen to. But on the platform, we'll bring it to you guys here, all right? So let me progress here, all right? Now, police brutality in the country. Police brutality in the country. This is an ongoing behavior that came from the war. Most of the guys you see in the police, they don't do psychological evaluation. They don't know how to de-escalate. So let's listen to some of the story here again, all right? Let's listen to the guest story here. The guest story here. Let's listen to the guest story here right now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Marama Kamara. I live Patrick. This morning, a group of people came here this morning trying to say, oh, yes, they are land. This is their land. We said no problem. They have already issued us paper. But yes, they take now. They already issued us papers and they're taking our places. They're breaking our places. They're not even giving us time to take our stuff from them. They're destroying us. They're taking right, showing it on us because we refuse to take our properties. Is this how it's supposed to be? Even in the Liberian Constitution, there is nowhere you see the issue papers today and give you a notice to move on there. We have to give options. We have to challenge the situation. Look at them. Look at them. See what they have done. See what they have done. See their cases. See what they have done. See what they have done. See what they have done. They handcuffing people for one reason. Just so that they give paper. Just so that they give paper. See what they're doing. See what they have done. The other guy was choking me to death, nearly to death. I tried to free myself and then I hold a closed button open. If you see the kind of slap that man put in my face, if you see the way he challenging me, that's how it's supposed to be. You cannot issue papers. You cannot issue papers to do anything. Look at our faces. The government is supposed to protect excellencies. The government is supposed to defend excellencies, but look at them. Look at the police. Police are supposed to guard and protect property. The police are supposed to guard and protect property, but look what they are doing. Look what they are doing. You guys see what they are doing. They're destroying people's life.
All right, so let's start there. let's start there a little bit there. Let's start there. And let's discuss how police supposed to interact with the community. Our country is very illiterate in so many ways. And I'm glad that we're having this video conversation. No matter which political side you share, you can now tell the difference between the white man society and the Liberian people society. I'm sure some of you guys will be very honest. Because you will say, you know what? I listened to that girl. What that girl experiencing, if that were in my country where I reside, it would be totally different. But when you look at it in Liberia, it's totally different. Now, the girl is telling you that they receive documentation. Why it is true that she did not tell us what is the due date or the expiration date of that document. What we do know is whenever there is any eviction that's supposed to be served, that show that certain days are given for you to leave, when that resident or individual refuse to leave, when the authority comes and there is camera rolling, what do you think the authority is supposed to do? Protect themselves, right? And how do you think they protect themselves? Well, they will take that document and say, hey, you see those people who are making those water? These are good for nothing people who are making that noise. I know, they will not say that because they're professional people now. They are good for nothing people making that noise. The reason we are here, this is a court order here. It shows that here are the days that were given to these people to be removed. And those days has expired, and that is why we are here. But as far as we are concerned, none of the police officers who came to evict these people were able to show us the eviction notice that clearly show that these people are in violation of these things. So what does that tell you about structure and administration? I heard my friend Victoria saying here, CDC not structure. That structure integrity is not only limited to CDC. This is a behavior, a culture, a society practice from our legitimate government to the community of people in our country. We are not organized. We are not organized. That is why we need to be managed by certain people who are very organized. What difficult will it pose if the police has shown us that, oh, we are here to remove these things, and yet are the document from or the court order? That seals everything. Because that means the police will be going through the proper channel, and the line of defense will be the documentation. And nobody going to take the people's side. But that was never done. So what kind of society do we have when we see the police engaging the people and we see the people reacting? The question is, what in the process that actually makes sense? That's the question you need to be asking. I see policemen running over people here, citizens protesting. First of all, we want to establish, why are these people protesting against the police? So we're going to ask the why question. Well, the police told the people that they should leave. And what comes next? How the police supposed to tell these people to leave? Well, if things were done structurally, the people got a court order, the eviction notice. Oh, so there is a how they're supposed to leave, right? And now how they're supposed to leave should be the deadline on that court orders. But now the guy is saying that we have the papers. But there was nobody there who was mature enough to say, you know what? Can you tell me what that paper says? What is on that paper? Because you heard the guy saying, they gave a paper and said, if I were, I'll be interested in wanting to know what is on that paper. Because what is on that paper can lead her to court to sue the police. Because if that paper say the people are supposed to leave at the end of the month and the police showing up, that's a violation of due process. But again, many people are not educated. And these are things that we need to have the discussion about so that we can be able to help our people to better be able to protect themselves and defend themselves. So we have so many problems in so many, and these are different things that we need to explain all the time to our people. So then what happened? We see the police coughing people and carrying people here. Let's get to the other video here again, all right? Now, here is another one here again. Another police miscommunication and brutality here. Check the other one out again. Check this one out. They think almost like the 1990 war. The police are war. I mean, the police in Liberia are getting so interesting. And, you know, they are getting so interesting. And, you know, one minute you see the policeman, some of them laying down flat on the car, we should go like this. And, you know, they have somebody say, Jesus was tired with the cross, just around like this. Another minute you see the other policeman just there, there's somebody coming down the stairway, just holding the car like this. And another time again, you see policemen shooting at it. I mean, the policemen, they are just action Jackson in the country. That just go to show that Joseph Boakai and Gregory Coleman, they are not able to adequately manage the police. The police interaction with the community is so bad off, and that brings you to ask yourself whether Boakai is actually in control. I don't think Boakai is in control in our country. I doubt it. I don't think Boakai is in control in our country. All right? You know, during the days of Ellen, we used to talk about Joseph Boakai. People often used to say Joseph Boakai was a sleeping man, and you know, and I think that question is true to today. Let me show you guys something quickly here. All right? This picture was taken when Ellen was president. All right? And Boakai was vice president. This is Joseph Boakai here. This is Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai has been out of touch for a long period of time. That's it right there. This is Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. Joseph Boakai, VP Boakai, has been a burden and liability of no value to Ellen and the people of Liberia. We'll leave it as that. Where in the world this man government would just send people in the street and he got no control? So that means Joseph Boakai does not watch television or he does not interact with social media. You remember one time when Joseph Boakai came to America here, he said, I don't get time with social media. But decision, activities, government function, especially government public function, where the government interact with the people, all those things are now on social media. So if Joseph Boakai telling you, oh, I don't listen to anything on social media, that means that Joseph Boakai is out of touch with the people. That's why you see when you see the police out there doing what they're doing best, then that means that Joe Boakai is not in touch. So let's watch the video here and see what's going on here. All right, let's watch the video here. So when you watch the video here, that is a residential area. People in that place, some people could be carrying their little children, or children could be playing around. These guys are there, I don't know whether they're tear gas, they're firing, or whether they're rubber bullet. I mean, and when you look at the community, you just see the guys just pointing. They're not shooting in the air, they're just pointing. What if one of those bullets just hit somebody in the eye or hit somebody on the wrong spot? So when police will get to study the terrain and reduce that escalation and say, look, guys, we can't get going in there and start shooting. And you know, but some of these guys are former rebels. When you see the guy running like that, they just think in their mind, because we as human beings, we got the primary, behavior and the secondary behavior. What they call that primary conscience and secondary conscience. Those guys got going in and they just think they are commando there now, passing around. But no, you are in a normal, so-called normal environment. But their action and behavior can clearly tell you that they are not behaving like police officers. They are not trying to de-escalate the situation. Instead, they are trying to escalate the situation. And that's what's happening right now. Let's watch you guys again. Those guys think they are on the war front. That's what the guys are taking.
Welcome to DTV Online. My name is Emmanuel B. Thomas. Keep following, keep sharing.
So I read that, folks. These guys are creating an environment that show that our peace is still fragile in our country. And with the fragility of our peace, we are not going to get any investor coming in the country. Make no mistake. You saw Donald Trump a few days in the White House watching our man Julius Lalema and his group there singing their song. Social media now is the new background check for countries. Everyone now that want to invest in a particular country will look at the social interaction of the people and the government. And that will give them a pre-heads-up or a pre-heads-up to say, should we go invest in our country? Right now, when you show them the video here, where these guys are aiming bullet at the civilian, they will say, we can't go invest in our country. Because the climate environment to operate in our country is not safe. So that means Boakai can go to so many workshops and this. He will interact with these people. But at the end of the day, the people will be looking for what? Stability, security, and predictability. So if the police officer out there thinking that they are at war with the civilian population and that by them overrunning the civilian population, that make them feel better for themselves, that's good. That's what we call you won the war, the battle, but the war continue. So if the policeman think that he overran the community, then they all go, yeah, yes, you won the battle, but the war continue. And what is the war? People will still feel that the country is still at war and you're not getting no investment in our country. No investor coming in our country, no investment in our country. Companies that are operating over there, they are only operating at the highest risks. That means their insurance, their international insurance will be high up. You see, Joseph Boakai doesn't understand what I'm just telling you, what I'm telling you guys about the risk associated. So the whole year, there will be no investor coming to that country. This is not a swear on the government. This is the government inability to recognize the behavior of police officer, the behavior of our people, and decide what is the best way that we can pin ourselves on social media as a country that want to maintain stability, security, to allow people to come and invest in our country. So Joe Boakai doesn't care about what the people going through. All right? So let's go to the next video here, folks. Let's go to the next video here. All right. So moving along here. All right. Let's move along here. Next video on the list here is this one right here. All right. Let me see what time we got here. Let me see my time here. All right. We'll be leaving from here hopefully about 5:30 or in the next 25 minutes. All right. So let's move on to the next video here of the day. Let me see what that one would be. All right. So, let's see here. Where is that? I think I'll be, let's see here. Where is it? Okay, here. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, I think I got it. I think I want to know where I am right now. Okay. All right. Let me see here. Okay, I should be right here. Good. All right. I'm trying to line up my video for you guys. Just want to make sure that we'll have that kind of free flow. So let me see. Where is that free flow? All right. Where is that free flow? Okay, I got a free flow right here. Okay. So what I wanted to bring to your attention here is this. Joseph Boakai has shown himself to you guys a long time ago. But apparently Liberians, when they make up their mind and say to themselves that we are not interested in what you're saying that makes sense, well, many of them are regretting today. So let's go back to this first video in the past. Watch this one here, all right? So we are going to show to you that Joseph Boakai is not stranger to Liberian people about showing his incompetence and his lack of leadership, no experience. Let's watch the video here. All right, this is the old one, but you will see we'll get to the next one.
No to Mr. Joe. Let Joe go back, man. Let Joe go back in the bush that they pay him below because he do nothing here in woman early. They do nothing for our country. So let them go back to the place. They will not get one vote here. We die today. We die tomorrow.
I'm Jackson William. You see, my brother, this is the little business that I made to support my five children. During the year 2005, Madam said to us that there were going to be free primary education, especially free primary education. And she told us there will be a lot of job facilities and companies than ever before. And she said also there was going to be a stop to corruption, and corruption was going to be her worst enemy. And I think she set precedent on Judy Bryant. But after Judy Bryant died, and all the rest of her minister was just transferred to another ministry for corruption, I see the election to be very critical. And one thing I should tell the Liberian people is to get the United Party out of Liberia completely, because there are people like the demonic forces that are taking over Liberia.
All right, so let's stop it right there, right? It's an old video, you listen to it, but this guy says something very critical. Let's get rid of the Unity Party government. Let's get rid of the Unity Party. Did Liberian people listen to that? No, they never listened. So, but that was video from 2016 to 2017, right? All right, so what year is this? This is 2025, right? Now, let's come to 2025 and draw a comparison, not a contrast, but a comparison between the two. So let's listen to this one here now. This one is the 2025, May of this year, 2025. Let's listen to this one here now.
You get more customer.
People coming to buy, they take all the people do it on the street. I am very good to come back from that room. If one guy can see the radio, that is cheap strategy for the market to see us something, sell in the market. So now, one guy can see the radio.
So what are some of the things you've been getting on radio like what can you listen to?
People cry in the country house. People die, they carry people. Nadia Waka, oh, radio people. Nadia Waka, they say, oh, my people, that's their paycheck. Waka, they listen to radio.
So hard business.
My brother, business is very hard. The economic situation in this country is hard. First of all, Boakai government failed us.
You mean what? You say what?
Boakai government failed us. Joseph Boakai feel that he can for the 2-year experience. What I expect from Boakai should know the economic situation in this country. But he's looking at the situation in this country, the economic situation is full. It's only for him and his family and his household. And the people, his kinsmen, that's the people alone that he's taking care of.
I forgot John we are because John where you so go lobby. When you lobby and he can bring something. But when you don't go lobby, when you come out, he can bring comforting. Then the heart increase. Nothing. Say you power waiting nothing. When you go lobby, when you come, then handshake it, you come, then no crying. You just say that yet. My flat il tired. Flat il tired.
Quand les petits ont fait tout le contre-toi, et usually you can ask them in a contre-toi. They rest in the excuse. They don't give the excuse. I want to play the I eat. So I want to eat by. So they be doing a general work. You don't see somebody, everybody is reporting the sick person say how much. And say, give me 1 minute, me, I can look up some more. You not seeing. So I beg you.
So what is the message now to the government?
You have been mistake.
Which is the mistake you guys made?
What mistake you made? What's the good there? The rescue we talk about, it's not rescue, it's suppression rescue. Yes, this is that of 8 pounds.
8 pounds. How much?
Now it's $700 for 1 pound. $700.
So during reality, how are you guys going to sell pound for?
Our pound is a good one. 500.
500.
500.
We are reaching 500.
Yeah, 500.
And Boakai region is 700.
Yeah.
Why you increase the price?
Yeah.
Why you increase the price?
It's not me increase the price. I'm a business. I'll go for you to sell it. When then to me.
The way you buy on that side,
Yeah.
how you sell it.
The house.
Okay.
All right, guys. So we are reached the point to give you the final presentation here today. And this one is very, very important. If you follow the show from the beginning, I told you guys that we want you to understand, irrespective of everything that you just saw, we want to put everything into context now. Today, we have the country of the Philippines, all right? The Philippines has a national development plan. Just how you see the so-called arrest agenda that we have not seen ever in our lifetime. Everything that we saw so far in the video is a clear indication that Joseph Boakai has no plan, no vision, no strategy to solve this problem. Why? Because the government is operating in a vacuum. All right? It's operating in a vacuum that has no roadmap, no plan, nothing. But today I want to show you not just this document here, all right? So let me just come here. We are done with the Liberian issue. Now let's try to look at case study now, all right? That is OSA of Liberia, all right? So today we are about to show you, all right, this important documentary here, all right? Let me see here. I need to find the documentary here. All right, so let me see here. It should be right here. Okay, it should be right here. Let me show you the documentary right here so that way you can take a good look at it. All right, so let's see here. Where is the document here? Got the document here. So you can see how other people are actually, okay, that's the document there. Let me try to find the video itself. Okay, we have the document here so that you can see the video itself. It's a very interesting video. When you walk away from the video, you will be having the sense that your country is not doing so well and you cannot blame yourself, all right? So here go the document here, and I believe this is the video right here, all right? So there go the video right here. So we have the video here. So I have a copy of the document here too, right? All right. So I'm going to switch the camera around, all right? Now this is the very important place of the video here now. So the Filipino government, they had an election in 2022, and then they inaugurated the new government in 2023. So they are running their vision on a 5 years, almost like Liberia, all right? Now, what have they done so far? We have the document here. So let's try to look at the document here, all right? Let's go and look at their document here. So this is their document here, as you can see right here. This is the government of the Philippines document here. The same thing I got is about 460-page document here. What I want to show you guys here are a few things here, then we'll go to the video itself. As you can see here, they have the table of contents here, right? Now, this is very critical. Those of you guys who are watching it here, thank God for you, because it's like you're looking at somebody's roadmap. It's like you're traveling from Liberia, you're looking at the GPS on the plane. It's like you're driving from one state to another, you're looking at your GPS, it tells you exactly what your direction is supposed to be. You see, every country vision, all right, every country national development national development plan is based on a pathway that show to every citizen. You know why it's online today? This thing is online because no matter where you are as a Filipino citizen, you will always have access to what your government is doing in your country. And the way to determine that is not just to go listen to people on Facebook. The documents are available online, and then their progress can be measured on their country website. That means you can sit anywhere, whether you are Filipino in Liberia, you can just go online as long as you have internet access, and you can be able to see the government progress, and you can be able to discuss what the government is doing. So what I would like us to go through quickly here is to look at some of the content of the appeal here, right? So let me turn the thing around here so you can take a look here. So one of the things they have under their content here is they have a plan for economic and social transformation. And these are the areas they're going to be looking at: health and social trend, economic, geopolitics, the environment. So every ministry and agency will look at the National Development Plan. The health will go to the health ministry. The economy will go to the economic place. Their geopolitics will look at what they're doing. Then they have their environment, and then they have their technology. Come to the next one here. They have what? The development and project capability of individual and family. These are programs that they will be putting into place. They got their strategy framework. They got their strategy. And the list go on and on and on and on and on. So you can use this stuff here to be able to track and train the government performance, right? Now, if you think this one was super, let's get to the video, all right? Let's get to the video and see how things are manifesting in the people country. And now this one, I'm not going to talk. We will watch the video together, and then after that, then we'll come back to have the conversation here. So without further delay, I present to you the government of the Philippines.
Over the past 2 decades, the Philippines has pursued game-changing structural reforms that led to high sustained growth and relatively rapid poverty.
Now, please don't just watch the video. I want you to also listen to what the man is saying. Please don't watch the video. Listen to what the man is saying, because what the man is going to explain about the Philippine or strategic plan, as you can see here, the video say right here, the Philippine National Development Plan. You see it right here? In fact, let me rewind the video so you can see what the people are actually talking about here. All right? Let's go back from the beginning here so you can see. All right? All right. So let's play it small so you can see it right
Over
there.
the past 2 decades, the
Yeah, right there. You see it? The Philippines. All right? So let's...
Philippines has pursued game-changing
All right? Let's go ahead.
structural reforms that led to high sustained...
So that's it right there. So let's watch the video together. We are seeing the people blueprint. This is their blueprint here, as you can see here. Let's see the applicability of the blueprint as it relates to what they put on paper, all right? So it's the 2023 to 2028 National Development Plan by the government of the Philippines. Let's learn something here, and then at the end of the video, I will discuss with you guys.
growth and relatively rapid poverty reduction. From being the sick man of Asia, the Philippines was recognized as Asia's rising tiger. However, in 2020, COVID-19 struck and reversed some of the gains. Meanwhile, fundamental changes were unfolding. Digitalization accelerated, and weather patterns became increasingly more volatile. Geopolitical conflicts disrupted supply chains and caused high inflation worldwide. Slowdowns and recessions are foreseen in many countries. The years under the pandemic taught us
efforts to attain the following development goals. We will sustain the rapid growth of real gross domestic product, or GDP, at 6.5 to 8.0% each year. With high growth...
Hey guys, you're sorry that I think I was getting a call that interrupted the whole thing here. So let's go back again. I was getting the call that interrupted. I don't want anything to be interrupted. So let's go back again. My apologies for that. All right, let's go back here.
The years under the pandemic taught us many things, but several stand out. First, we have learned that maintaining robust macroeconomic fundamentals is key to a more rapid recovery and to preventing deep socioeconomic scars. Second, the vitality of our economy is only as good as the country's health and education systems. And third, a whole of government and whole of society approach is fundamental to policy effectiveness.
Drawing lessons from the past, the administration of Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. has embarked on a mission of economic and social transformation toward a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. Through the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, the Philippines endeavors to attain the following development goals. We will sustain the rapid growth of real gross domestic product, or GDP, at 6.5 to 8.0% each year. With high growth, gross national income per capita is targeted to increase to $6,044 to $6,571 US, allowing us to attain upper middle income country status between 2024 and 2025. To be meaningful, economic growth must be inclusive. Economic expansion will not just result in more jobs, but better and high-quality jobs and improved quality of life. We aim to reduce the unemployment rate to 4.0 to 5.0%. Salaried workers in private establishments to 53.0 to 55.0% by 2028. Working abroad will no longer be a necessity for Filipinos, only an option. Better income earning opportunities must be accompanied by the protection of people's purchasing power. We aim to keep price increases manageable for the ordinary Filipino by keeping both headline inflation and food inflation to within 2 to 4% throughout the plan period.
To ensure that economic growth is sustainable in the medium term and that the welfare of future generations will not be jeopardized, sound fiscal management will be implemented. We aim to reduce the national government deficit to GDP ratio to 3.0% and the outstanding national government debt to GDP ratio between 48 and 53% in 2028. We will improve our innovation ecosystem to move up our ranking in the Global Innovation Index and improve our score and rank in the Global Competitiveness Index to be among the top 33%. Ultimately, attaining these targets will allow us to dramatically improve the welfare of Filipinos, with poverty incidence reduced to single-digit level by 2028. These headline figures are translated into measurable indicators, as well as annual targets that will guide our strategies, actions, and budget over the next 6 years.
To my fellow Filipinos, ang aking mga minamahal na kababayan, batid ko na hindi madali ang ating pinagdaraanan sa nakaraang higit na 2 taon. Alam ko rin na ang bawat isa sa inyo ay ginagawa ang lahat ng inyong makakaya upang patuloy na harapin ang lahat na pagsubok sa kasalukuyan. We have assembled the best Filipino minds to help navigate us to this global crisis that we are now facing. We will endure. Let our Filipino spirit ever remain undimmed.
In line with Ambition Natin 2040, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 contains transformative initiatives and policies for our economy, society, institutions, and the environment. These include cross-cutting strategies such as digitalization, more and better public-private partnerships, improving connectivity, harnessing technology and innovation, servicification, and strong collaboration between the national and local governments.
We will transform the economic or production sector to be competitive and globally connected. The agriculture and agribusiness sector will be modernized to make the sector productive, diversified, resilient, and strongly linked with industry and services. The industry sector will be revitalized. Science, technology, and innovation will be key drivers of industrialization and will increase the country's competitiveness. The services sector will shift from its low level of productivity to become a modern, productive, and resilient global leader, providing higher value-adding and differentiated services. we will boost the tourism sector as a driver of inclusive growth through strong partnerships with enterprises and LGUs. We will initiate hand-holding programs for the creative industries, information technology, and business process management sectors to enable them to participate in global value chains and to build the distinctly Filipino brand of tourism and culture. Transforming the production sectors entails promoting trade and investments, including in research and development, as well as enhancing intersectoral linkages. Through policies enabling open and competitive markets, businesses will be assured of procedural transparency, lower transaction costs, a healthy regulatory environment, and a level playing field.
To increase Filipinos' access to more economic opportunities, we will transform the social or human development sector. We will promote and improve lifelong learning and education to increase student success rates and achieve our targeted level of proficiency in reading and math. To become globally competitive, we will work to increase the number of educational institutions that are reputable internationally. To boost health, we will provide safe drinking water, basic sanitation, and nutritious food choices and implement other interventions leading to healthy schools, communities, workplaces, and lifestyles. We aim to establish livable communities through an integrated use of space that will bring people closer to work, recreation, and transit options. Through production and effective supply management, food security and proper nutrition will be made accessible and affordable. We will strengthen our social protection system to empower all Filipinos to prevent, respond to, and recover from various shocks by streamlining contingency financing mechanisms, promoting digital cash transfers, and expanding insurance coverage. We will enable our workforce to earn higher incomes through skills upgrading and updating. With more and better jobs in the country, we will reintegrate migrant workers back into the domestic economy.
To enable transformation, our institutions will be collaborative, responsive, reliable, and efficient in providing services. Improving bureaucratic efficiency and practicing good governance is a top priority of this administration. We will ensure sound fiscal management and improve the tax regime, and we will support competent, motivated, agile, and resilient public servants. The financial sector will be more innovative and inclusive. We will work for broad-based access to digital financial services. We will promote the use of the PhilSys National ID and the financial sector system linkage with the PhilSys Digital ID. Peace and security are important requisites for growth and development. We will continue to invest in peace and measures to protect people from criminality, from natural hazards, and other security threats. We will enhance the administration of justice by strengthening civil, penal, commercial, administrative, and non-traditional systems.
As a highly vulnerable country, we must adapt to climate change and protect the environment. In infrastructure development, climate change and environmental impact will be a primary consideration as we build disaster resilience. To maximize our use of resources while considering future generations, we will prioritize digital infrastructure, intermodal transport facilities, water, and energy.
Through a sound monitoring and evaluation system, we shall track our progress, enabling us to make timely and necessary adjustments. With this comprehensive plan, we will continue to build better and more.
I do not intend to diminish the risks and the challenges that we face in this turbulent time in global history. And yet, I see sunlight filtering through these dark clouds.
Despite the uncertainties clouding the path ahead, our long-term vision remains clear. Matatag, maginhawa, at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. The Marcos administration is committed to sustaining our progress and turning this ambition into a reality. The Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028.
Ito ang plano para sa sama-samang pag-unlad,
Pagtulungan natin ipatupad.
All right, folks. I don't know how you felt, but I felt the pain. It almost brought tears to my eyes, and to see countries that were not up to our standards back then, to see what they are. This is where my minds all will go when it comes to Liberia. Like I said, I'm not here to denigrate the other people, but what you just watch is coming from this document. Whatever the people said in there, you will agree with me that some of the terminology that you heard are common terminology that I have been using here. We're going to monitor, we're going to evaluate, we're going to add value, we're going to measure. When you have a country that look at those things from every ministry to agency, you saw every ministry, you will see from the year, they will tell you, say, this is the percentage we add. By the time we reach 2028, this is the percentage will be at. Those are plans that we have. So when you look at these guys, let me show you these guys right here. When you look at these guys right here, right? Remember these guys I showed you from the beginning of the show here? These guys right here? Let me just show you these guys right here. You remember these guys that I showed you from the beginning? Do you think these guys got any value to add to our country? No. These guys are just a bunch of black guys who found themselves lucky in the eyes of politics and just got to position them, and nothing they're going to add to the country, because the president called Boakai, his agenda got no plan to implement, to achieve, to measure, nothing. So all the guy would just do, they will come on a different platform just to come and talk and just amuse the audience, because that's why the Liberian people. But when you watch, what we just watch, most of the Filipinos, their conversation when it comes to their government function, it's not just going to be on politics. They are going to be discussing things that are relevant to their country based on the list of projects that the government have presented to the public, how it's going to impact their lives. So they're going to be discussing these things based on the government national development plan. The president just told you that we have the hope that there will be light coming through the skies to open up things. These are hopeful words. These are determination that a leader is giving to the people. But we don't have those things in Liberia. The man told you that we have bright minds of people that we are bringing on board to support our agenda. He didn't say, oh, we got the other person. No, you see, the reason of me being on the platform, my fellow Liberians, is to help open the few people's eyes here. From what you just saw, if the government of Liberia can prove to you that what you just watched from the Philippines, if Boakai and the entire government structure is able to demonstrate the thing to you across the length and breadth of our country, that they are hoping to achieve those things, then you should have hope. Other than that, you guys will be on the different platform. 2025, 2026, 27, 28 election will come. Nothing will change in our country. And then by then we'll be around what, 180 years old or 185 years old. Nothing will be done in our country. So I want to caution you, if you missed the video, you can always start from the beginning. But this is what we call having a plan that have an impact of implementation that will be measured. And I can guarantee you, the reason I want for you to keep this, by the time the country gets to 2028, when you go back to visit the Philippine website, all those statistics they're giving you, statistics 1, statistics 2, when you get back, they may not be 100%, but they will be in the high 90s of achieving the result. The next time we meet, we'll be talking about South Africa. All right? The next time we meet, we'll be talking about South Africa in our own backyard. The reason I'm doing this thing is to prove to you guys that your country you're from, you don't have leaders. You have a bunch of incompetent and hustler in our country. Do not waste your time listening to those flamboyant and good for nothing guys that don't have the brain to convince you that when you leave their platform, you go and start to wonder. You gotta watch that video right now. How did you feel? How did you feel? You saw the power, you felt the power. Right? Let's go back one more time again. Just play it for the last time. All right? The show is over. If you want to enjoy it, let me play it for you guys for the last time. And then we'll call it a day. All right? So let's go back again so you can play it out here. All right? Let's go back again so you can listen to it here. Let's play again for the last time.
Over the past 2 decades, the Philippines has pursued game-changing structural reforms that led to high sustained growth and relatively rapid poverty reduction. From being a sick man of Asia, the Philippines was recognized as Asia's rising tiger. However, in 2020, COVID-19 struck and reversed some of the gains. Meanwhile, fundamental changes were unfolding. Digitalization accelerated, and weather patterns became increasingly more volatile. Geopolitical conflicts disrupted supply chains and caused high inflation worldwide. Slowdowns and recessions are foreseen in many countries. The years under the pandemic taught us many things, but several stand out. First, we have learned that maintaining robust macroeconomic fundamentals is key to a more rapid recovery and to preventing deep socioeconomic scars. Second, the vitality of our economy is only as good as the country's health and education systems. And third, a whole of government and whole of society approach is fundamental to policy effectiveness.
Drawing lessons from the past, the administration of Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. has embarked on a mission of economic and social transformation toward a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. Through the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028, the Philippines endeavors to attain the following development goals. We will sustain the rapid growth of real gross domestic product, or GDP, at 6.5 to 8.0% each year. With high growth, gross national income per capita is targeted to increase to $6,044 to $6,571 US, allowing us to attain upper middle income country status between 2024 and 2025. To be meaningful, economic growth must be inclusive. Economic expansion will not just result in more jobs, but better and high-quality jobs and improved quality of life. We aim to reduce the unemployment rate to 4.0 to 5.0%. We also aim to increase the proportion of wage and salaried workers in private establishments to 53.0 to 55.0% by 2028. Working abroad will no longer be a necessity for Filipinos, only an option. Better income earning opportunities must be accompanied by the protection of people's purchasing power. We aim to keep price increases manageable for the ordinary Filipino by keeping both headline inflation and food inflation to within 2 to 4% throughout the plan period.
To ensure that economic growth is sustainable in the medium term and that the welfare of future generations will not be jeopardized, sound fiscal management will be implemented. We aim to reduce the national government deficit to GDP ratio to 3.0% and the outstanding national government debt to GDP ratio between 48 and 53% in 2028. We will improve our innovation ecosystem to move up our ranking in the Global Innovation Index and improve our score and rank in the Global Competitiveness Index to be among the top 33%. Ultimately, attaining these targets will allow us to dramatically improve the welfare of Filipinos, with poverty incidence reduced to single-digit level by 2028. These headline figures are translated into measurable indicators, as well as annual targets that will guide our strategies, actions, and budget over the next 6 years.
To my fellow Filipinos, ang aking mga minamahal na kababayan, batid ko na hindi madali ang ating pinagdaraanan sa nakaraang higit na 2 taon. Alam ko rin na ang bawat isa sa inyo ay ginagawa ang lahat ng inyong makakaya upang patuloy na harapin ang lahat na pagsubok sa kasalukuyan. We have assembled the best Filipino minds to help navigate us to this global crisis that we are now facing. We will endure. Let our Filipino spirit ever remain undimmed.
In line with Ambition 2040, the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 contains transformative initiatives and policies for our economy, society, institutions, and the environment. These include cross-cutting strategies such as digitalization, more and better public-private partnerships, improving connectivity, harnessing technology and innovation, servicification, and strong collaboration between the national and local governments.
We will transform the economic or production sector to be competitive and globally connected. The agriculture and agribusiness sector will be modernized to make the sector productive, diversified, resilient, and strongly linked with industry and services. The industry sector will be revitalized. Science, technology, and innovation will be key drivers of industrialization and will increase the country's competitiveness. The services sector will shift from its low level of productivity to become a modern, productive, and resilient global leader, providing higher value-adding and differentiated services. We will boost the tourism sector as a driver of inclusive growth through strong partnerships with enterprises and LGUs. We will initiate hand-holding programs for the creative industries, information technology, and business process management sectors to enable them to participate in global value chains and to build the distinctly Filipino brand of tourism and culture. Transforming the production sectors entails promoting trade and investments, including in research and development, as well as enhancing intersectoral linkages. Through policies enabling open and competitive markets, businesses will be assured of procedural transparency, lower transaction costs, a healthy regulatory environment, and a level playing field.
To increase Filipinos' access to more economic opportunities, we will transform the social or human development sector. We will promote and improve lifelong learning and education to increase students' success rates and achieve our targeted level of proficiency in reading and math. To become globally competitive, we will work to increase the number of educational institutions that are reputable internationally. To boost health, we will provide safe drinking water, basic sanitation, and nutritious food choices and implement other interventions leading to healthy schools, communities, workplaces, and lifestyles. We aim to establish livable communities through an integrated use of space that will bring people closer to work, recreation, and transit options. Through production and effective supply management, food security and proper nutrition will be made accessible and affordable. We will strengthen our social protection system to empower all Filipinos to prevent, respond to, and recover from various shocks by streamlining contingency financing mechanisms, promoting digital cash transfers, and expanding insurance coverage. We will enable our workforce to earn higher incomes through skills upgrading and updating. With more and better jobs in the country, we will reintegrate migrant workers back into the domestic economy.
To enable transformation, our institutions will be collaborative, responsive, reliable, and efficient in providing services. Improving bureaucratic efficiency and practicing good governance is a top priority of this administration. We will ensure sound fiscal management and improve the tax regime, and we will support competent, motivated, agile, and resilient public servants. The financial sector will be more innovative and inclusive. We will work for broad-based access to digital financial services. We will promote the use of the PhilSys National ID and the financial sector system linkage with the PhilSys Digital ID. Peace and security are important requisites for growth and development. We will continue to invest in peace and measures to protect people from criminality, for natural hazards, and other security threats. We will enhance the administration of justice by strengthening civil, penal, commercial, administrative, and non-traditional systems.
vulnerable country, we must adapt to climate change and protect the environment. In infrastructure development, climate change and environmental impact will be a primary consideration as we build disaster resilience. To maximize our use of resources while considering future generations, we will prioritize digital infrastructure, intermodal transport facilities, water, and energy.
Through a sound monitoring and evaluation system, we shall track our progress, enabling us to make timely and necessary adjustments. With this comprehensive plan, we will continue to build better and more.
I do not intend to diminish the risks and the challenges that we face in this turbulent time in global history. And yet, I see sunlight filtering through these dark clouds.
Despite the uncertainties clouding the path ahead, our long-term vision remains clear. Matatag, maginhawa at panatag na buhay para sa lahat. The Marcos administration is committed to sustaining our progress and turning this ambition into a reality. The Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028.
Ito ang plano para sa sama-samang pag-unlad. Pagtulungan natin ipatupad.
All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for taking your time to join me here. This is the UNA broadcast for the day. I think we have downloaded and passed enough information for you guys to be able to process and accept. I'm confident that Liberia is not going to make any progress under Joseph Boakai, and the future remain very dim and uncertain with the next leadership until we can see what the Philippines and other countries are doing to establish a clear and broad-based roadmap to the future of the country. I don't see those things happening in Liberia. Liberians will continue to have their good time on social media, listening to incompetent and good-for-nothing people call themselves leaders in authority. And at the end of the day, that is end of their 6 years, there will be nothing that will change in the country. We're going to add another unproductive years to the current 177 years of doing nothing as a country. It is very unfortunate that some of us were born in our country, and I completely resent and regret that. Nevertheless, I will always come here to prove you guys wrong, that Liberia is not the country you think you are from. The next time we meet, hopefully, we'll be talking about South Africa, to see the innovation, to see the development agenda of South Africa. And as we go on this mission, my goal is to prove to you that your country, Liberia, is a good-for-nothing country that is being led by incompetent, grievance-seeking, and good-for-nothing leaders. Have yourself a great day. If you're in America, tomorrow is holiday. Enjoy your Memorial Day, and I'll be talking to you guys. If I have time, I might upload some of the videos onto my page, my YouTube channel, so that you can watch it later or anytime that you wish. All right? God bless you guys. Take care. All right, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. This is J. Randy here, and this is a very quick one here. Good morning to every one of you guys. Good morning. 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 And good morning. Good morning and good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Share the video here. I'm here for a very short period of time, so if you have the opportunity, please, how do you call it? please share the video here. I'm looking at this news here. Destiny News is saying that people are petitioning to have Charles Taylor release. Charles Taylor release. I mean, release Charles Taylor to where? Where do we want to carry Charles Taylor now? All right, release Charles Taylor to where? Some people are just, I don't know, but that is their right to appeal, though. If they want to appeal, that is their right. They can go and appeal, but ain't got too much to fry in our other one over there right now. Good morning to you guys there. If you're just watching, please share the video here, guys. If you're just watching, please share the video. Got a few things to share. The right to challenge and question and say things to our leaders. So if you don't want to be criticized, don't venture with any public position. Go into the private sector. You don't hear me calling on the town chief of Bapodu County. You don't hear me calling on the town chief of River G. I don't insult those people. Because those guys are operating in their own little environment that got nothing to do. All right? Absolutely nothing to do. That's what it is. All right? That's what it is. You got a good for nothing president in our country. I don't even know how to arrange a trip from his living room into the bathroom. And he get up all the time. A man who walks like a penguin. The man walks like a penguin. All right? Then you won't consider here, you can't justify stuff. Joe Boakai ain't work for them. A man who lied to the people that you are coming to bring economic prosperity is now giving the people regression. It's not hope. He's giving the people regression. That's who Joe Boakai is. Then I can say that down here. A man who I saw working in Samuel Kayando government and did absolutely nothing for himself. The man worked in Samuel Kayando government and did nothing for himself. A man who tells you he live on loan after serving in public service. And the man you want to talk about here? Joe Boakai knows somebody. He worked for them. A man who was growing up that he couldn't articulate things for himself and lie to a food businessman. Joseph Boakai took a step very good because he was so a low IQ person. And then he went out there. And what did he do? He turned around and saw a sick very good. Joe Boakai is the reason why the white men always suspicious about black people. That man took a step very good and lied to a fuller businessman. As a young man, he said Joe Boakai putting his brain together and said, you know what? I can be better. I can do things for myself. In a young age, he saw a sick very good to a fuller businessman. Do you think I'm surprised today that the American business company, I mean the company you're doing business with from America, am I surprised that the woman wrote and told him, said, if you try to duke us, we'll take you to the international court? I'm not surprised. Because that Joe Boakai ways. Did you guys see the letter in a few days? Where the company called Avanco said to Joe Boakai, you cannot be trusted. That is Joe Boakai ways. Monkey cannot keep a black hand for long. Joe Boakai had crooked a lot of people, and he tried to crook the Avanco company. And the people wrote him. Don't see that man wearing costume like that. He's nothing but a crooked human being. A man who lived with nothing on his mind but to just crook people. And we can't sit down here and get the man all that opportunity. No. This man saw a set better go to a food businessman. He is a very dishonest and good for nothing old man. Good for nothing. He ain't work for them. He ain't work for them. Joseph Boakai ain't work for them. Every child that will be born under Joseph Boakai administration, y'all need to take those children to the Atlantic Ocean and bathe them in a very, very clean part of the ocean so that that crust can move from the children. Y'all are living in Liberia under Joe Boakai. Bad luck. I listen to the market women. Look, we will discuss that thing on Friday. I listen to the market women. The other woman said, for example, Joseph Boakai can go up there to lobby when he come back, he bring more poverty. That woman not wrong. That woman is not wrong. Yes. That woman is not wrong. That woman is not wrong. The woman said whenever Joe Boakai go out there, he brings poverty. These people are now realizing that Joseph Boakai is a curse on the country. They're not realizing that Joseph Boakai is a curse. I listened to that market woman and she well articulated the issue that Joseph Boakai is a curse to the country. You guys brought in a curse. A man who was laying down on the side that was doing absolutely nothing. That's the man you brought to power. That man will destroy that country. All right? Look, start. If you're looking for my attention, you will soon get my attention. You come on the show to come and be insulting here, we'll find you, and then we'll destroy you. All right? You see, most of them, they have absolutely nothing. All right? They got absolutely nothing. Because Joseph Boakai is a good for nothing and very incompetent old man that got nothing. 1 year he been in power. What has he done? Nothing. A good leader is not just a leader. He is a teacher. When George Weah was president, people used to come out and show the 5 pillars and point to the 5 pillars and tell them what the 5-pillar implementation plan is doing for Liberia. Nobody from the Boakai administration will ever come up and engage you in a conversation and say, look, Jay Randy, Paul Motor, John Brown, here is what Joe Boakai is doing. Since I've been talking here, have you seen any link? Have you seen any link coming from Joe Boakai people? To say, Jay Randy, all I know you're making, check the link out. Go and check the link out. No. Because Joseph Boakai does not have any plan for the Liberian people. He does not have any plan. Any leader that empower people to go out there and curse, that leader has no plan. That is who he is, and that's how Joe Boakai is. All right? The last time I saw on Facebook, they said they're having classroom or class reloaded. You got government officials that's supposed to be sitting down and thinking about ways to improve the life of the people. But because the public opinion is going against them, the government officials now are leaving their job and coming on social media to say they want to become a commentator. How can you be a public servant, leaving your responsibility and coming on a social platform to discuss the issue? That is the level of incompetency that Joseph Boakai is doing. Can you imagine Donald Trump government official leaving their position and they say, oh, we're going to open our own talk show to promote promoting what? This man called Joe Boakai got no idea about leadership. This papa was born to be a loser, and loser he is. Joe Boakai was a loser in his teens. He was a loser as an adult. He is a loser as an old man that got nothing, absolutely nothing. You got government officials coming out to come and tell you that, oh, we're going to have our show. What kind of nonsense thing is that? That just goes to show that Joseph Boakai was a mistake. Joseph Boakai does not believe in anything, and Joseph Boakai will fail. You can get Joseph Boakai from now to 2045, 2065. He will not do nothing in our country. Look at the man whole age. Look at the man years. The man lived all the years. Nothing Joseph Boakai has been able to accomplish. Those guys are fighting a losing battle. Every Joseph Boakai supporter know in themselves that Joseph Boakai is a failure. They know that Joseph Boakai is a failure. They know that. And you know how they respond to the failure? They come out here and come and start insulting. That's what they'll do. Anybody, many people who defend Real Madrid today or Barcelona, they don't come out here to insult you, right? What they'll do? They will come and talk about the quality players that Barcelona have. They will talk about the quality players that Real Madrid have. And they will talk about the number of games, the points, and their standing. Any good supporter of a robust and well-measured leadership, when they come to argue, they will argue on the point. You know why they argue on the point? Because during the election, the platform of every political party will identify the issue the people are facing in the country. All right? All right? Thank you very much, Terry. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much, Terry, for stopping by. They will sit and they will defend the policy. You see, but in Liberia, it is so sad that our politicians, they don't run their campaign on policy. They don't identify the issue, the problem that are affecting the people in the community. And then what happened when they get elected? Because they never identified the problem. They only went in there with their ages and their names and nothing they were able to get. As a local, nothing. So what happened to their supporters? Because their leader got no agenda. Their leader did not identify any issue. So when people who understand the issue come and start to identify the issue, guess what happened? They come out here and start insulting. That's who Joe Boakai supporters are. They're not coming to tell you about what Joe Boakai is doing because Joe Boakai did not identify any issue. When I listen to comments, when I listen to these people, including Ellen, they were articulating the issue. During the early time, prior to Facebook Live, when we were interacting with Ellen supporters, those guys will always be sending you link. They will always be sending you videos. The Joe people that did not do well, what Joe was doing, they were sending you the link. And then you go and look at the link and say, oh, but then you got making sense. But not Boakai people. Boakai is a man with a very low IQ. Everywhere Boakai serves, it dies. The man touches LPMC, LPMC died. He nearly killed the Minister of Agriculture to fire him. He went to Star Radio. That place died. He went and became vice president, head of the group of 77. Those people became completely homeless. Because the group of 77 compound became a no-go place to live. The man served on Ellen for 12 years. And then he lied on Ellen and said Ellen parking has an old car. But that was not the truth. They gave that man $35 million John Deere equipment from Gaddafi. He took it to his own town. Today, the equipment are still in there. They are all been engulfed by grass. We know Joe Boakai's story. We know Joe Boakai's story. All right? We know Joe Boakai's story. Joseph Boakai is not qualified. So we know his people. His people only survive by coming and insulting people. They are not providing anything tangible. So it hurts them. Do you think any guy have proof about Joseph Boakai qualities and capability? They were not going to be coming out here to be showing it to us? Of course they were going to be coming here to show it to us. They were going to be coming and say, look, Jeremy, just keep quiet over there. Here is what Joe Boakai doing. Here is a link to the video. Here is Joe Boakai playing. No. Joe Boakai don't have those things. And that's why we're digging him out. Where is Joe Boakai performance matrix? They've been in office for 1 year, 4 months now. Show me one quarterly report. Show me one performance report. This is not magic. Every administration that been in office used budget to solve problems. At the end of the day, they provide the performance report. Let one Boakai supporter click here and tell me, say, here is the link to the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Lansema. Here is the link. Read our performance report, Jay Randy. Nothing. Most of the supporters are just as poor in IQ, just as Joe Boakai is. So what do you expect of Joe Boakai follower? When Joe Boakai himself is a man with a very low IQ, what do you expect of his follower? They say, show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are. Look at Joe Boakai and look at his supporter. They are no different, my friend. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Every smart Liberians will look for a very smart leader, not only to support, but to also learn from the leader. Joseph Boakai has no experience whatsoever. He's just in there, don't even know what day it is. He don't even know what time it is. He don't even know what happened in his own country. Nothing the old man know right now. Absolutely nothing. He went out there to go and attend some kind of summit in Tanzania. They asking him question. Mr. Boakai, yeah, tell us about your energy plan. And then the old man start telling people, oh, when I was in the plane, I'm looking down at this, I'm looking at this. What kind of old man in a right mind that would be saying things like that? That is a good for nothing and foolish old man. That's who he is. And he put our picture out there. I have to say that we as Liberians, we don't understand how to listen carefully to question and be able to answer the question by what the question is all about. That good for nothing old man sat over there and telling people, I was in the plane, I was looking around at it. The man is asking Joe Boakai, what are your plans for renewable energy? And that good for nothing old man got up and sitting over there and telling people, say, oh, I was in the plane, I was looking at the light like that, until the woman got to shut him up. The woman shut the man up. A very good for nothing old man. Very dull old man. But I don't blame the people. The pre-war generation that don't understand their own right. That is their thinking. That is the kind of man they brought. Then they ask you another question again. How do you feel about this summit? What the hell is that? Are you proud of kind of man like that? That don't even speak? He swallow his words? Are you proud of that kind of man? Joseph Boakai is a disgrace. He is a disgrace. That's why he's considered to be one of the lower IQ presidents in the world. He is one of the lower IQ presidents in the world. Being one of them. He should be ashamed of himself. That he's not able to even understand a simple question. And I will say this. June the 5th, if Joseph Boakai does not take a drug test, we will find a way to grab him and take him to the nearer healthcare center and take that sample and drug test it. Because of who he is. It is a shame, my fellow Liberians. All other countries on the continent of Africa, these people are really looking forward to 2030. But when you look at Joe Boakai pathway, he's putting in more regression, taking the country backward rather than taking the country forward. That is a shame. That is a shame. Tell me, what has Liberian done to Joe Boakai that he is not able to deliver anything? Everywhere you go, there's no prosperity. There's no success under Joseph Boakai. JFK, people are dying at JFK. On the street, the light pole, the roads are cracking like somebody baking a bread that is already opening up. All the roll of the bread back, the back of the bread. That's who Joe Boakai is. That's who Joe Boakai is. That's who he is. Look at the school. The old man lied to the people and said, when I become president, no children will be on the street. Just this week, the guys were on the street. A little 7-year-old girl came and said, I'm not in school. I'm not in school. A market woman looked at the guy the guy during the interview. The woman said, say you and I been talking. Have I ever told you to excuse me, let me serve this person here? The journalist was shocked. The woman said, this is what happened under Joe Boakai administration. Nothing works. Or they sat over there and say, you see, Joe Boakai does not lobby. When he go out there to lobby, he bring bad luck. More hard time on the country. People are recording events. They may not have been informed in 2005. They may not have been informed in 2011. But in this new era, the marketeers now are now tracking and trending things now. They have realized that Joe Boakai was a mistake. They have realized that Joe Boakai doesn't have any contact. They are not speaking under pressure. They are speaking based on their long-term observation of Joe Boakai. These were the people who were out there saying, our part, we sorry. But today they are saying, we regret. So how can you come from apologizing to somebody, now you're regretting the person's behavior? That tells you that the Liberian people had done their part. But the only failure in this whole place is Joseph Boakai. And that's why his supporters don't want to understand, because his supporters know very well that Joseph Boakai is like a tree. The moment you cut that branch off, they all will be gone. That's why you see they fighting their last breath to keep Boakai out there. Because when the Liberian people finally vote Boakai out of office, they're cutting a whole branch down. And when you cut a whole tree down, the branches go with the tree. And because they are part of the branches of the tree, that's why they coming out here. If you talk, they come and kill you. If you talk, they come and abuse you. Because that's all they know. A real country with a real government and a real leader will tell the people, you go out there and socialize my performance. When Jesus Christ gathered his disciples, he didn't tell them to go out there and insult people. He said, you take the Bible and you preach every chapter in the Bible to help people understand my goodwill. Joseph Boakai has this so-called arrest. There is not one single person who represents Joe Boakai will come out here and say, look, Randy, when it comes to roads, when it comes to education, when it comes to technology, here are the list of things that Boakai is doing. Look at the link. Follow the link and let's have a conversation. No. They are as dull as Joe Boakai is. That's how dull many of them are. So they need to be educated. They need to be educated. Because they are in the wrong place at the wrong time and they are destroying their own future. These are people who go back home every day and see their children and say, yes, I'm coming from on Facebook. I want to go defend Joe Boakai. But what did you tell the people on Joe Boakai or issue? What did you say to them? Oh, I cursed them all today. Really, Daddy? Really, Mommy? You went on Facebook to go and just call somebody? I thought you were supposed to be about the issue. Oh, no. Yes, that's who they are. That's who they are. They got nothing to defend. Even people who support different football club, soccer club, basketball club, you defend the team performance. You don't defend the team based on cost. If you support a government, you defend a government based on the government policy and the government performance. Only in Liberia and only those that follow Joe Boakai will come out here to curse you. To curse you. That's all they do, to curse you. That's why it is difficult for me to just associate with Liberians. With all due respect to the other Liberians, I'm very, very careful. I think like the white men, how they really measure black men before they invite them to their homes or become friends with them. That is the same measure that I have in dealing with post-war generation of Liberians. Because they cannot articulate the issue. Go look at all my posts. I carry on this social experiment, looking at all my posts. Now, one or two will come out of the rest to say, J. Randy, I really understand your point, but why don't you take a look at this thing here and read it? I'm open to having a conversation with you. That is why I don't respond to this thing. Every time Facebook will call me, oh yes, you got a lot of people who responding to your post. Why don't you say this thing? I'm saying to myself, Facebook, these guys are not educated people. They are responding, but you're not understanding their response because it's all garbage. All right? If they put garbage in, I'm not going to take the garbage out. Let the garbage stay there. Let people see those things. If these guys were making really responsible conversation to look attractive, to say, look, J. Randy, yeah, I think Joe Boakai is doing. Why don't you read these things here? I'll go and read them and say, oh. And I'll come back here and tell you guys, look, guys, I resonate from this guy here. He making say he's doing this here. But nothing Joe Boakai is doing. Absolutely nothing. So you see, to expose Joe Boakai is to always look at Joe Boakai performance. You don't just look at Joe Boakai. But you see, every time we come on the platform, we don't just come to talk. And when we are talking, especially about Joe Boakai, we don't go and insult Joe Boakai directly. We look at the things that Joe Boakai is supposed to be doing under his arrest program. And those things are not being done. And then we measure Joe Boakai performance using the SWOT. What is Joe Boakai's strength? He had no strength. What is Joe Boakai opportunity? He got no opportunity. What is Joe Boakai weakness? His weakness is to encourage people to come out here and curse all the time. What is the threat? The threat are those who coming out here to humiliate and embarrass Joe Boakai and themselves. And then the overall threat is to make the country to look bad. So when it comes to measuring Joe Boakai's strength, his opportunity for improvement, his weakness, and the threat, Joe Boakai is all in the negative. This is reality. We measure people based on their performance and not based on their age. There are some people in Joe Boakai circle that will kind of want to talk to you about Joe Boakai age. I'm not interested in Joe Boakai age. Age is just a number that tells you how long they've been on earth. But when you start to change the society, you try to change the mindset of the people. And then we start to see added value. That when we get to know that the leader is here to make a difference. But when you look at Joe Boakai, his youth days are no different from his older days. There is no trace or record that shows that Joe Boakai performed to where he works. During the entire campaign that Joe Boakai ran, there was never a time that Joe Boakai tell you guys that when I was in a position, hear what I did. You will never find a group of people coming out and say, we are from the 60s, we are from the 70s. We work with Joe Boakai, and Joe Boakai was a successful person. There is no telling story about Joe Boakai's success. That man been around for almost 80 years. He is not a yesterday child. Why is it true he been around yesterday, and then he been around forever? There is no trace of his performance. So you see, when you look at how poor Liberia has been after 177 years and cannot show anything better, that's how old Joe Boakai is, and he has not shown anything. So someone that Joe Boakai belong in the past, Liberia will move forward. The mistake the people made will be rectified between now to 2029. Because you are looking at a man who is taking the country backward. Every little progress that Eddie and we have made, Joe Boakai is taking the country backward. Don't sit in a ship and thinking that the ship is moving. Even though you feel the motion of the ship moving, the ship is not moving in the right direction. You need to come outside and look and see where that ship is going. Because Joe Boakai is taking that ship backward. Elijah left the waterfall and the ship was sailing opposite the waterfall. And he said, oh yes, we are far a good fight. Let me go and sit down and relax. Next thing you know, Joe Boakai is in charge of that ship. That ship is turning right back, coming back to that waterfall. This man is taking the country back into the darker days. People are dying every day. People are starving every day. Children are not in school. Government and other partners around the world are not coming to Liberia. Do you think Liberia was a safe country? Joe Boakai was going to go have an investment workshop in Ghana? Liberia that people knew? Liberia that people were pouring into during any time? Liberia that people were pouring into during weird time? Only on Joe Boakai time that they left Liberia and went to go have an investment meeting in Ghana. We are not in refugee days. But this is what Joe Boakai is trying to tell you guys, that Liberia is not a normal country. How can a president who's supposed to normalize things is doing things that show the country is not normal? That is Joe Boakai's weakness. You need to bring investors in the country to gain the investor confidence. Because if you take the investor to another country, that clearly tells you and the investor that you don't have security. And there is no predictability for that country's future. That is what Joe Boakai is, because he is a good for nothing old man that don't understand nothing at all. That's who he is. Which one of you will be president today? And you go and say, let's go to another country and go and have an investment. Liberia is not under sanction. Liberia is not at war. If these conditions were existing, I would say, yes, Joe Boakai has a point there. Because Liberia is not stable. Liberia is not at peace. So Joe Boakai can have whatever he wants to have in another country. But that's not the case. But Joe Boakai's incompetence to maintain peace and stability in the country because he is not able to hold the peace that George Weah held for 6 years. The peace that Eddie held for 6 years, Joseph Boakai is not able to maintain those things. So he made the country not to be investment friendly. He made the country not to be security stable. So he has to go to another country to go and have an investment workshop. Right in Africa, right next door. It's not even in Northern Africa. It's not even in Southern Africa. It's in West Africa. This is not an international investment forum that was organized by ECOWAS. I would say yes. Yes, you guys got a point. If Joe Boakai is going to an ECOWAS investment summit and is being held in Ghana, I would say yes. But it is started Liberia investment workshop in Ghana. What does that tell you about the country? What does that tell you about Liberia under Joe Boakai? That you guys made a mistake. The old man was never meant to be president because he does not have the qualification. We will not stop here. You know, I often hear people say, oh, people got a bigger crowd. Do you also realize that the majority that always win the vote can be wrong? And in the case of Joseph Boakai getting elected, where our democracy says that he won the majority vote, then why are the majority complaining today? That simply tells you that majority decision does not always turn out to be right. Majority decision can be wrong. And in the situation of Joe Boakai, it proved that majority decisions are not always right. They can be wrong. So Joseph Boakai, he may have gotten the majority vote that made him president. The people were wrong. Just under 2 years, the people are crying because they made a mistake. So you see, when you look at reverse psychology, when you look at things logically, I want you to understand and walk away from the platform today that it's not in every instances that majority decision can be right. Majority decision in more instances can be right, but in fewer instances, it can be wrong. And if it goes wrong, it hurts. You see, Liberia is suffering from the wrath of the majority that made the wrong decision. And that is why Joseph Boakai is going to Ghana to conduct a workshop. Because this man was never meant to be president. He doesn't understand how the investment community thinks. How can you say you have a safe house, but you go into your neighbor to go and have party there, to go and do something there? What happened to your house? How can I come to your house when you don't even have the security, the stability in your own country, but then you come into another man's country? So I might have well just stay in that man's country to invest. So the workshop that Joe Boakai and people have in Ghana is an opportunity for Ghanaians to say, look nowhere. Because from the airport to the road that people will drive on, and this hotel they're going to live in, the security and the stability they put see in Ghana, they will say, but then I just think we can just do our business here. So Joseph Boakai is not smart. Instead of using his internal idea to bring in the external investor, instead he did the opposite. He took his external incompetence and gave it to Ghanaians, and Ghanaians are going to benefit from those things. Think about where they say Liberia, nobody can play football game in Liberia because Liberia is under suspension. And then they take the game and carry it to Sierra Leone. Every proceed from that game will be given to the Sierra Leone government because it is the Sierra Leone government that spoke complex they're using, their property they're using, the money will be given. The only thing the team will do is just play them. That's how backward Joseph Boakai is, and this is why Joseph Boakai has a very low IQ. The Joseph Boakai low IQ is not a political witch hunt. It's not a political disagreement. Joseph Boakai low IQ is a set of observation, an empirical observation of Joseph Boakai that I have been following from the time Joseph Boakai became managing director of LPMC. He worked with Doe, he poorly performed. He worked with Toba, he poorly performed. He worked with Elling, he poorly performed. He lied on who? Benedict Urey. You may not, some of you guys may not remember what he did to Doe, to Toba, even to Elling. But as recent as lying on Alexander Cummings, he lied on Alexander Cummings. Even if that is something that a few years old, just recently as this year, the Ivanhoe company said that Joseph Boakai is a crook. He lied to the people that he was going to allow them to share that railroad between Nimba and Grand Bassa County. He took the people money and he turned around and said, I don't have control. And the people got mad. They wrote him and threatened to take Liberia to the international court. Do you think that investment workshop that Joe Boakai is organizing or they went to, you think any investor going to come? These people talk to each other. That woman will make sure that her social international connection reaches every other investor to tell them that this guy they call Joe Boakai, he's not correct. Why you think Joe Boakai did not go to that workshop? Because there were people there who already know him. So what did he do? He allowed Ellen Johnson to go there. Ellen is old. She's not going to affect any change. Her presence had no other effect on anything in that country. That's why it is. So Joe Boakai will return. 1 year ago, the same month of May, Joseph Boakai was in Dallas, Texas, right? Yes, he was in Dallas, Texas. What did Joseph Boakai do in Dallas, Texas? Are we seeing since Joseph Boakai left the United States from that workshop in Dallas? The man went to Atlanta, Georgia. He attended another investment workshop. We saw the black people coming out and speaking. How many of them ever returned to Liberia? Joseph Boakai went to South Korea and met the South Korean president. Unfortunately, by him shaking that man's hand, the man is no longer in power. But not a single investor showed up. What more can I say about the incompetence of Joe Boakai? That that man was born to be a loser. He is a disaster and a failure. This is a man who promised to make the country better. But looking at him 1 year and few months, the country is regressing into a past. What can I say, folks? I can talk from now to the end of this day. There is nothing productive that Joe Boakai is doing in the country that will give me the opportunity to sit here and say anything positive about Joe Boakai. A man who ministers now are now going to group themselves and go and talk on social media, not on any international forum. You will imagine that Joe Boakai official will be going to South Africa, going to Kenya, and having the kind of investment conversation, bringing attractive potential investors to the country. No, these guys are going to sit on social media to talk to the failed generation. The people that they failed, those are the people they're going to sit and talk to. What better would that be? You are a government official. Your principal responsibility is to provide services. But you're going to sit on social media like us and be talking to the people. But we are not in charge of things that the people want deliverable for. You guys are in charge of things, but you're leaving your job. You're going out there and sitting on social media. That tells you that Joseph Boakai government is a government with no agenda. Joseph Boakai has no vision. Joseph Boakai don't have no mission statement as to what he wants to do for Liberia. And that is why a government official, because they got no responsibility. Every ministry and agency should have their own goal to run their agenda on a month to month. If you have the guy coming on Monday to Friday, coming on a platform to talk about political and social issues, wherein they are government officials, but they live in a government position and coming to act like a regular talk show host, that tells you that Liberia has no leadership right now. Liberia is just a country that is moving with no direction. And that's who Joe Boakai is. If you have never known Joe Boakai poor performance, because he has been working in the private public sector, now Joe Boakai is president, this is your opportunity now to see what we have long been preaching. that Joseph Boakai is a good-for-nothing and incompetent old man in a government. Imagine going to Ghana. Imagine going to Nigeria. And you sitting there and seeing government officials leaving their posts and coming to sit on social media to talk about the social issue that they're supposed to be solving, but they're coming to talk about it. Damn it. Yeah. God made a mistake by sending me to Liberia. God made a mistake by sending me to Liberia. Because I am from a country that is now proving to the world that we are nothing but a good-for-nothing country. Joseph Boakai continued to make history in a very humiliating and embarrassing time of our country existence. Joseph Boakai, for the first time in our history, have made Liberia to be mentioned in a State of the Union address by a certain United States president that make us to look bad. That make us to look bad. And the American people got to know us with a huge disagreement, a huge embarrassment. That's why it is. That's how it is. That's how it is. Anyway, guys, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Liberia will continue to experience me. I did not come to America by mistake. I came here to acquire quality education, and today I'm in position of making sound decisions. I am properly vetted what I do. They are doing well. There's a guy video I listened to today, and by the way of announcement, we give people money to invest. Even the stakeholder themselves will say, what is the character of that country in terms of stability, in terms of predictability, in terms of justice for all? What is it? They will pay people who will bring audio video and say, look, we don't think Liberia is a country to invest in. Why? Here are video showing things here. What Donald Trump had displayed at that warehouse, many other countries' leaders, as well as investors, they are going to do the same. And the purpose for that is to determine whether they are ready to go into a country to invest, or they want to take the risk where even their own people can become victims. But these are things they are not addressing in the country. Did not address mob justice. Eddie did not address mob justice. Now Boakai is not addressing mob justice. I'm not going to take this thing and just put it on Boakai alone. Mob justice is bad for any country future, for stability, for security. If you don't understand that, unless you are not become a victim of mob justice. But I can clearly tell you this: if you ever visit Liberia and somebody see you walking and just yell in the community road, there will be some kind of jackass that will just get up and come with a black to come and kill you. They kill you before they ask questions. You don't want to live in that kind of community. Just because we far away from that place does not mean that we cannot assess the risks that people are going through. Liberian, come on, you got to put some respect on yourself. Just because you're living in a white people country, I understand. We are good for nothing people. But at least the more we got, we should be able to speak to some ills in our society that define who we are, no matter who we are. Like, for example, there is a girl who will be sentenced this coming July for murdering animals, for animal cruelty, live on social media. And now those who know that she's from Liberia, guess what they're doing? They are using the brush now to pin every Liberian. So guess what's going to happen? Those who watch that show, when you get to come across some of them and say, I'm from Liberia, guess what's going to be the first message coming from their mouth? Those are people from Liberia who can get killed animal. And guess what's going to happen to that stigma? People are going to be afraid of you. So whatever we sell out there, it is why it is being seen as a sample representative. Like I'm taking a chunk from the pencil here, maybe I script something from the pencil, I put it down in my palm. Well, this little chip I took away from the pencil It is a sample representation of the entire pencil. So whatever Liberians are doing out there in the country, you may think that you're not part of that, but you cannot disassociate yourself from being a Liberian. You and I that on the side that think that we are not part of what's happening, guess what? We are Liberians because we are told many people and we know that we are Liberians. So when things start to go wild on social media, your foreign friends who are not Liberian, that you once introduced yourself to as Liberian, when they see any image from Liberia, guess what their first school or talk going to be? Or Liberia may say, what their mind going to be running on? Their mind will be running on you. And what are some of the questions they're going to ask? Am I dealing with a guy who just get out and kill people? What will happen if I get mad? I mean, I say something that made him mad. Based on what I see on social media from his country, will he take a black and come and kill me? These are the extended implications that we need to understand. This government of Joe Boakai is not in the leadership of our country. But there is nothing that Joe Boakai is doing, one, to educate the people, to move away from more justice, to believe in the justice system. That is a gap. And this conversation is only supposed to be held among people who are policymakers, people who are experienced, but we don't have the class of people in our country, neither on our different platforms. So people only discuss the action of things. They are not discussing the causes factor of things. They are not putting in place the hierarchy of control. All right? When you discuss, when you discover the root cause of things, I mean the contributing factor of things, you look at the root cause, then you want to put in the hierarchy of control. How do you put in hierarchy of control? How do we use hierarchy of control to do away or move away from mob justice? These conversations are not held on the different platforms. Because Liberians, I'm sorry to say this, most of your brothers and sisters around the world, they are not into decision making. People make decisions for them. Therefore, with that, they are not able to see things happening and come out with solutions. We are only a few Liberians that are in that position. And the few that are in that position, we are not welcome on other platforms. We are not likable. But I'm sure you guys who sit here with the same like mind, like me, and other people that you admire, whether they're from different country or from Liberia, their school of thought when it comes to addressing situation. When you listen to them and listen to the platform, you see the gap. And the gap is there are a bunch of people in that gap that don't understand what is happening in our country now, what will be the ramification in time to come, how you're going to impact the country. But then the bulk of people will come out one day and say, oh, the country, no worker want to come, no investor want to come. You will be right for making that noise. But you have to look at whose fault it is. It's one thing to recognize a situation. It's another thing to understand what causing this thing to happen. Many of our brothers and sisters are not educated. I told you guys the other day. And let me make this clear to you guys. Because look, I had dedicated myself to studying Liberian. I had dedicated myself to studying the post-war culture. Because I'm from the pre-war culture, or let's say the pre-war generation. But many are having to live among the post-war generation. So with that experience, not many people will be very public with their observation and conclusion. But for some of you guys that are here, I am happy to let you guys know about the pre-war culture mindset and generation, determination and ambition, and then looking at the post-war generation. Like I said, before 1989, there were people who were born in 1970. From 1970 to 1989, when the war came, those people were 10 years old when the war came. They went into the war and spent 14 years in that war. Majority of them did not go to school. The country democratic system of government, Liberia, was completely destroyed. So the 10-year-old taken from Liberia through the villages, they perhaps went into neighboring country and sat on the refugee camp They were there from 1989 up to perhaps 2004. But we know that the war lasted for 14 years. Now picture yourself being 10 years old, sitting down in refugee camps around Liberia, whether the Ivory Coast, Nigeria, Ghana. You sat over there at the age of 10. By the time the war over, you came back. You were 24 years old. 24-year-old compared to other countries, you already done with your first degree, you got a job, and your future starts. Bulk of the people who went to refugee camp, they returned to Liberia. Only few managed to escape through the refugee and other programs, and few managed to stay or remain anywhere, to the places they went. But we want to focus on the returnees of Liberians, because the problem we have today in our country are decisions that are being wrongly guided, that are providing and producing what we're seeing today. So while it is true that we have Liberians that travel abroad, we have Liberians that live in the refugee camp, my focus should be on Liberia. Because when we look at the other countries around Liberia and see their progression and look at their progress, their dashboard, as to how they are adequately addressing social, economic, and other issues in the country, it should be a concern to us to ask ourselves, what is fundamentally wrong with us as a country, more especially a country that went to war? We went to war because we disagree with each other back then. So after the war, where we lost 250,000 people, we completely destroyed our democracy. Are you telling me that we did not learn anything from the war? We're acting as if to say that we have seen war happening in other countries, but we as Liberians, we have never experienced war. That is the kind of behavior that I see as part of the problem in the country. So let's come back again. So the group of Liberians came by, that is the pre-war era generation. They were 10 years old by 1989. I was part of that generation. They came back at the age of 24. Some of us did not return. They came back at the age of 24 because they were born in 1979. So the 1979 born, by 1989, they were 10 years old. They came back after the 14-year Civil War. They came back at the age of 24. They left at age 10. They came back at 24. 14 years. Now, when they came back, it was considered our repatriation. Their lives were to be put together through a program of resettling them, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, and intelligently. But what we all saw was just relocating these people physically. You'll be here, you'll be here. But as far as their mental state of mind, as far as the emotional experience from the war, nobody addressed those things. Now, stick with me on this. So these people, they came back. Some of them came at the age of, 24, 25. Some of them came with children that were born in other countries. So the other that came, they said, you know what? I'm too old to go back to school. I'm going to make use of my little time to sell. And some of them, their businesses started to excel. But everybody was doing the businesses started to grow. Then Eddie Johnson said he came into power. And that further escalate their own gap. Because the 14 years created a gap. If you sit somewhere for a long time, you are creating a gap if you're not doing anything. All right? So let's look at high school, for example. If you graduate from high school, you are like this, you fall. But the more you start to prolong to seek vocational education or higher education beyond your high school, you are creating that gap. You are creating that gap. You are creating that gap. When you graduate from high school, you are like this. But if you say, oh, I'll wait for 6 months, you open that gap. I'll wait for 1 year, you open that gap. I'll wait for 2 years, you open that gap. 5 years, 10 years, the gap is wide. That means from the day you graduate from high school, there has been a big gap. I can put my hair in and take my hair out. You are missing things. How do you close that gap? It's going to take a very difficult time to close that gap. And that's what's happening today. So the people returned from Liberia. From the refugee camp. They came back to Liberia. They decided not to pursue their education. They started adding to the gap. Now, when Ellen came, they were 24 years old, right? When Ellen came, they were 14 years old. After Ellen took power in post-war generation, right? Now, when Ellen took power, after she got elected in 2005, guess what? A new generation was coming into the world that they told that were born in 2005. I want you to do the math. I think I saw my bomb on you here. I want you to do the math. I want you to subtract 2005. All right? I already know the answer. It's 2 and a number. But I want you to do the math. Ellen was elected in 2005, right? And she went on to serve for 12 years. Now, let us draw a comparison between the pre-war generation and the post-war generation, so we can get to know what we're doing here. So I want you to subtract 2005 from 2025 and tell me what the answer is. So as you contemplate on that, let me go and continue with the pre-war generation. So these majority of the young guys spend time, and by the time I see that number coming up, then I will say yes, I will focus on that. So those guys who returned to Liberia after the war, all right, after the 14-year civil war, when Ellen came, she spent 12 years in office, right? 12 years in office. Thank you very much, Augustine. I saw the number 20. Thank you, Augustine. I saw the number. Thank you very much, Numa. I saw the number. And thank you, young people. I want the young people to come and listen here, all right? I want the young people to come and listen, all right? I have young kids like you guys. And, but once upon a time, I was like you guys. I had one kid, and I had a lot of kids, and that I had come across. But I do have one or two here too. So those who came back from the war at the age of 14 years old, all right? 24 years old. 14 years, they went in the war at the age of 10. They spent 14 years. When they came back, they were 24 years old, right? So at the age of 24, they returned. When Ellen came, she became president for 12 years, right? So when you add Ellen 12 years, the guy who came with 24 years after the war, their age started to go up as Liberia started to maintain her leadership. So when you take 24 and add 12 years, you got 36. So by the time Ellen was leaving office, those guys who returned to Liberia at the age of 24 after the war, when Ellen was leaving, their age jumped out to what? 36. Now, when you look at all of them in the country, say, hey, man, how old are you now? Go today, after Ellen left power, if you were to go and ask all the young people, how old are you? They will tell them, man, are between the age of 19 to 36. Now, with that 36 years, we are king and spent 6 years with them again. And then what happened? When we were leaving, they turned what? 42 years old. So we are still speaking about the pre-war generation. They were 10 years old when the war came. They spent 14 years in the refugee camp. They came back, they were 24. Ellen 12 years, gave them 36. We are 6 years, gave them 42 years old. Now, you know the math now, right? Boakai 1 year, gave them what? 43 years old. Today, when you enter Liberia, take your pen and paper and go around, ask all the young people in the country. They will tell you that their ages will be between 25 to 45 years old. These are the people who are the victim of the war. They went in the refugee camp, they never learned anything, they came back. And then you may ask people, Jeremy, how did it go wrong? Well, hold your thought on that. We know the number now, 20 years old now, right? The people who are 20 years old today in Liberia, they were not born in the war. Their mindset should be different today. But no, they are like the snake wrapped around a tree. The tree that is standing up like that is like the pre-war era generation. The children who were born after the war, they have wrapped around that tree. And that make it more complicated. And let me help you understand that. When Ellen came to power, there was another president in Rwanda who were also trying to solve their part of war too. But in Rwanda, they had the pre-war generation. And then they had the post-war generation. So those who were born in 2005, were they born in the war? No. But today, when you go to Liberia, they are part of that number of young people who are mentally disturbed today. How can a child that was born in 2005 get his or her mind corrupted with political view rather than their own self-agenda? There is a worrisome reason that kind of cascade across both generations. When Eddie took power in 2005, the children that were born today, they are 25 years old. Right? Eddie 12 years, we are 6 years at 18, Boakai 1 year at 19. But you know, when Ellen got elected, she started her position in 2006. So then what happened to the generation that were born in 2005? Let me ask you this. If you were given the opportunity to say, you see what Cloud we are doing, for example, take for example, what Cloud we are is doing today. If Ellen had that mindset, and I'm not here to come praise CDC, Joe, I know. I'm going to take an example from things that are happening. I just told you guys about Donald Trump showing video at the warehouse. Other people be capping care. So let's take a perfect example. All right? This is in no shape and form me. I'm here to support CDC. No. I'm going to give you a perfect example that will fit your needs of understanding. What Cloud Weir is doing. When Ellen took power, there were children that were born in 2005. Right? Just how you see the little children have been taken to Cloud Weir school. Do you think if Ellen Johnson Sirleaf really wanted to change the generation mind, she should have said, you know what, I'm taking power today. The child that is 5 years old, as I'm taking office today, this is 2005, I'm going to 2006 to start my official job. The children that are between age 4 and 5, by 2006, we want to organize our educational primary system to take that post-war generation at the age of 5 and make sure throughout the length and breadth of the country, teach them civic education, teach them everything that they need to know as an elementary, middle school, and high school. If Ellen had done that, and these people today are around 25, 26, the least would be around 20 years old. If Ellen had really planned properly for the post-war generation, like we said, those that were born in 2005, if Ellen had really set the educational agenda from 2005, today, the 20-year-old you're talking about, their mindset will be different today because they'll be able to see what affected the pre-war generation. That is those who went in the war when they were 10 years old, they came back 24. After Ellen 12 years, they are 42. They would have seen the difference. And you today would have been able to see the difference. Say, but how old are you? Well, I'm 19, 18. How can your thought is different from the guy? How old are you again, my man? My man, I get 32 years old. How come the 18-year-old guy, his mindset is different from you, even though you're in the same country? Well, this guy came from the war. He was affected. He had a gap. When the war ended, we that were under the new administration in post-war Liberia, our mindset is different. You follow me on this? Now, let me take you to some reality here. Go to Rwanda today. Why you guys often talk about Rwanda? Paul Kagame took office almost the same time Ellen took office. How come when Paul Kagame was putting up all the RCTP program, the TV program, to make sure that the younger generation become better today? The young people in Rwanda today that are keeping their city clean, that are putting their country on the map, majority of them were born in post-war Rwanda. But because the government had already planned for the children's future to drive them to a better Liberia, a better Rwanda, Ellen did not do none of those things. So what happened with the snake wrapping around the tree? those that were born in 2005, because there were no program, they defaulted back to join the post-war generation. And today, Liberia, it is what it is. Don't take my word for it, folks. You can doubt me all you want. You can say all you want. Look at the country. And draw your conclusion by looking at Rwanda. Go do your research on Rwanda and see the decision maker today in our country. When were they born? Do a walkout search and say, give me the average age of the young people in Rwanda that are doing extremely well. I can guarantee you the date of birth of the young people will be between 2004, 2005, and 2006. And that range is when we started our post-war Liberia. So how come we are not like these people today? Because you have people in your country that are in authority today that were never meant to be. They were never meant to be leaders. But some of you got made them leader. And because you're made them leader, they're destroying not just your future, but the future of your children. That's what they're doing to you guys. And all some of you can do is to just come here and talk here. When you find people going and sitting down on social media, like you see the Cloud Reload, I'm not going to single out the Cloud Reload, but the Cloud Reload are government officials who are in authority to change the way things are, but they believe by coming and sitting down on a platform and trying to tell you. What sense does that make for somebody to come and tell you things than for you to go out there? When last have you sat in a classroom and start making money and start teaching people mind to bring about total deliverable and total change? Have you seen that happen in the classroom? No. When you go to school, you graduate, and you got to leave that campus to go and find a job and begin to impact the society, right? You have the government official under Joseph Boakai administration. They got offices, they have positions. Instead of them working on their position to impact the people's lives, they believe by coming on the classroom reload and sit down there and talk, it's going to change anything. I have to say we are not seeing this thing before. So who's supposed to be reporting what these people are doing when they're going on the platform to talk? It clearly indicates that Joseph Boakai has no vision. His leadership ability is below -2. Joseph Boakai is not able to lead an effective government. So these guys are there, they just come in with their own idea. Nobody asking them why. Nobody asking them why. We always talk about the why and the how. My man, yeah, we got to go out there because we see guys that spoon and making noise and other people making noise, we got to go out there. And nobody asking them, why you guys going to go do out there? How you think you're going to solve the country problem? Are you going to order to say no? Result. Every leader that you see, have you seen Tuare from Burkina Faso going on social media and having a minister and they're talking? No, these guys are out on the field doing to you who are the Christian, even though there were no social media. Let's look at the approach that Jesus took. Did you see Jesus going around just sitting down like that? No. They said everywhere Jesus went, he was doing good. Who in the Boakai administration are going everywhere and doing good for people to see? These guys are coming out and sitting on social media because they know the population of people, the pre-war era generation and the post-war era generation. They know the children in mind are not built to challenge them. So they believe by the children turning out to watch them and they're saying things that will not provide any result. That is their end game. That is their end game. And the reason for that end game is to keep them into power. They don't give a damn about changing the people's lives. All they want to do is, German, yeah, today show a girl, we took more from spoon today, yes. But when you ask yourself, what are you doing? Like I often tell people, some of you guys will come on the platform and come to be insulting. Oh, that man, a stupid man, you're part of this. If the minister or director can send you to go and insult, and you go by and tell him, when last that minister, that director, sat with you and said, let me look at your vision plan. Let me see what your future will be. Have they done that for you before? No, they only see you as an attack dog. They send you out there to go and attack people. They're hiding behind you to go and make yourself a little bad. At the end of the day, when they lose their job, whatever they accumulate, there is no agreement between you and them and they're going to give you some. You see guys like Kofi Woods today, these guys are not honest with the Liberian young generation today. Tell what going to them. When we were growing up during the Samuel Kanyando era, all right, Ellen Johnson said he had children in America here. But every day, Ellen Johnson said he would go on the street, take those balls and Kofi Wood and tell what going to them. They'll be on the street making noise, causing Samuel Kanyando. Today, Robert Sedi is now living in Liberia after working at Nokal. Whatever Robert Sedi accumulated, he's living in South Africa. Because South Africa, almost like the European country, he living good lives. But where is Kofi Woods today? Where is Tewo Gombe today? They're right in that town hustling. These politicians, they got their own game plan. They will use our brothers and sisters today. And in the next 20 to 25 or 30 years to come, those very guys you see masquerading around the town. By the year 2045, they'll be passing around, yeah, German, yeah, well, yeah. And then the younger generation say, but all the time you are behind Boakai, you are behind Wea. What did you do with your life? Oh, picking your way, man. And then when they get into power, after they have lost everything in life, when they cling to power, guess what they're going to do? They're going to put themselves first before they think about you. It is a very difficult lesson to teach because not many people accept it. You see, many Liberians today in Liberia have already sealed their fate that no matter what happens, we will always be a loser in our country. We're not going to go anywhere, J. Randy. When you look at children in Kenya, in Ghana, Nigeria, Egypt, Morocco that are doing extremely well, J. Randy, we're not going anywhere. We are accepting our fate to be a two-tail of a human being, less productive on the continent of Africa. That's who we are. But I'm saying that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case. You guys out there should be thinking about replacing our generation. You guys should be building bridges, connection, network among yourself to be prepared to take over the leadership of our country. Joseph Boakai is not in a position to help you guys. Because Joseph Boakai himself in a youth day did not prepare for himself. Joseph Boakai did not prepare for himself. A man who sat down as vice president for 6 years and telling you, say, I live on loan. That tells you that how careless and useless Joe Boakai is. The man who claimed to have 42-year job experience, but he's unable to tell you story to motivate you. You see, in many countries, there is a famous platform they call TED Talk, as in TED, TED Talk. These are people who have done well with their life, and today they are going out there and giving speeches out there so that the younger generation can look at their life and say, damn it, if that guy can go through the process and succeed, I think what he's telling me is going to motivate me to work in my own space and become somebody. Joseph Boakai said he claimed to have 42-year experience. What has Joseph Boakai shown you guys that will convince you that he is somebody that I need to follow? There's nothing Joseph Boakai has shown you guys. Nothing. The man claimed to have the arrest program. Now, one day, will you find a young man coming out and say, look, let me discuss and explain to you guys what the arrest is actually doing in the country. Providing data, providing statistics, providing the process, the progress, none of those things. The majority of the work or the supporter behind Joe Boakai, they are only on Facebook to just insult. That tells you that Joe Boakai is not an innovative leader. Following Joe Boakai is going to turn you into Joe Boakai, because Joe Boakai is nothing, and nothing will he be until he go on the ground. 42-year experience. He cannot take one other year to mentor the young people as to what they need to do. How can you defend Joe Boakai when he cannot defend himself? How can you defend the man? The man said he got his arrest program. He owned our program. But there's nothing that he's doing to show to you that you can go out there to defend it. The few days I see the market women, and we'll talk about that more this evening. The market women in the country. Oh, well, those people articulating the issue now. We may think that the market women don't have the intellectual education. That's fine. Let's give you a check mark. Market women don't have the intellectual education. Check mark. And I will grant you that. I will give you A+ for that. That means the marketeers, majority of them are not educated. They never went to school. I grant you that. But let's look at their experiential daily interaction with our country and government. Because there are two types of education. You sit in the classroom and learn from somebody who teach you. You are getting what we describe, or that process is described as intellectual education. So whenever you sit in a class, you take tests, you interact with the teacher, you graduate, you are getting that experience called intellectual experience or intellectual education. Now, if you never went to school, but you work in an area where you interact hand in hand, eyes on, hands on, you are getting what we call experiential education. You see the market women, whatever the women are saying, it is based on their experiential, or practice or experience they are getting over the years. People will tell you, some of them in the video, Joe, we are time were better than this we are time. It's not education from the classroom. It's something physical they've been doing. It's something physical they've been doing. It's like you saying, my man, when I was 10 years old, I used to run from all the way I stopped. But this time now, as a 35-year-old man, I can't even run from here, I will start catching my breath. Because you experience those two age range now, right? The market women will tell you during early time what was going well and working well and why. During weird time, what was working and what not working, and why they were not working. And they are not telling you today what Boakai is doing that is bad and why. So why would you want to say no to them? These are the people who interact with every government in their business. So why would you want to believe them? It's not politics. It is not politics. We saw the same marketeers describing things on a weird, describing things on an early. What make Boakai and people feel that people cannot expect the same thing? That is what made Boakai to be a pathological liar and a very incompetent and good for nothing old man. Because he does not understand. How can a man who say he is a tycoon, a guru of agriculture, that he cannot even provide agriculture opportunity for the marketeers in the country? That sounds too good to be true when Boakai is telling you. Boakai is nothing. Joseph Boakai is nothing. He is absolutely nothing. He only got elected because of his age. The people that find Joe Boakai, how often do they convince you on Joe Boakai plan? Then giving you a fire-breathing, insulting words. Joe Boakai supposed to rather insult you because they don't have anything in their tank to discuss and explain to you Joe Boakai plan. That's who Joe Boakai is, and that's what Joe Boakai stands for. And this thing overall is just destroying the fabric of our young generation. This morning I got up. Like I said, we'll see more video this evening. This morning I got up, and I'm looking at young Liberians across the battery factory area. That place been ordered for a very long time. I remember growing up, my brother used to live on Stevie Tupper Estate. I used to go to Bannerville to go and help a girl with her math. I used to pass in all the places. Iron factory, the bust out, the cowboy would say, iron factory, iron factory. And all the cluster of building were there. Boakai saw those things. Eddie saw the thing. We saw the things. If for any reason Boakai want to carry out gentrification, for those of you that don't know what gentrification is, it's like taking old regular place and turning it into a new place. If you ever live anywhere in the world, including the United States, and you say, oh, that place will be so old houses, but they broke it down and build a new one. That is what the developer call gentrification. Gentrification is turning old community into new community. But that process needs a very coordinated, well-designed plan. Why? Because you are going to create an adverse effect on the livelihood of people who are living in our community. When I see people in Liberia this morning crying because Joe Boakai has sent in the police with no negotiating skills whatsoever, complete disoriented police officer that created an environment where people of all ages, even one of the police officers felt so sad for an elderly woman and decided to hold a woman. And the people are crying. Does that really define the rescue that Joe Boakai was talking about? Have you ever seen anybody being rescued? And in that process, they are crying based on what affecting them. That clearly define the lies that Joe Boakai told the people. You cannot go and rescue people and the people start to cry. We have tears of joy, but this one is a tear of despair, a tears of regret. Joseph Boakai has decided to destroy the people's homes. That is not rescue. That is destruction. That is inflicting harm. He putting the people more in harm's way than rescuing them. So, is that Joseph Boakai rescue is like what we say, the wolf wearing the sheep clothing? Is that why it is? When you go to a community and see how long the people have lived there, because you, Joe Boakai, have lived there, what is the approach to finding a common solution? How do we find a common denominator? Joe Boakai just went into the poor community and started to snatch the people out of their homes, babies, young children, taking them out of their home. I'm not making things up. Go see the video. And like I said, this evening, we're going to show you all the video. There will be more talking from the video evidence than what I'm telling you right now. Right now, I'm going to give you the intellectual, but you're going to see the practical tonight. These people are mentally down, disorganized. They are emotionally distressed. I mean, what really work in Liberia? 1 minute you see a policeman lying down dead on the highway. Another minute you see a group of people being stoned to death. Another minute you see somebody kidnapped getting missing in the hospital. I mean, going to the hospital right now is like going on the war front. Going to any hospital in Liberia on a Joe Boakai is like going to a war front. Before people say, my man, before the person get on the plane, that pray, Pastor may say, be a bye. But in Liberia, when you go to the hospital now, you just got to tell the people, say, look, don't bring my children, let me kiss my children. Just for a hospital visit. People are now seeing Liberian hospital under the auspices of Joseph Boakai administration as a slaughterhouse, a place of no return. When you visit the hospital, you come back, you got to tell God, thank you. Going to the hospital is like you passing through a swarm of alligators. And the water is holding you up to your chest with the alligator coming around you. And you got about 2 to 3 minutes to cross that river. That's how going to hospital in Liberia is today. Overnight between 12 a.m. to 6 a.m., people are dying in the country. Mysteriously. And nobody there to give any reason. So where in Liberia is safe right now? Every aspect of our country is not safe. The Minister of Labor is setting up permit to foreigners and denying Liberians the job opportunity. No opportunity for Liberians. So under the Joseph Boakai rescue, what is he actually rescuing here right now? I see people running around with videos showing Joe Boakai between Bushwa Island, down to Freeport, down to Meglin Street, and they say Joe Boakai doing well. Has Joe Boakai become president of Monrovia now? Because Monrovia project does not in any shape and form represent the entire country. I don't see Joe Boakai people in River Six. I don't see them in Grand Crew. I don't see them in Sando. I don't see them in River G. Every day they get on the right in a Morovia town. So had Joe Boakai become president of Morovia? I think it is. Because every little project you see, Joe Boakai is right in Morovia. So Joseph Boakai is president of Morovia and not president of Liberia. And that will make the man to be very incompetent. Joseph Boakai is one of the least president in our country. You know, when I said that Joe Boakai has one of the least IQ, people got mad. But they are all right to get mad. I know. They are all right to get mad. Joseph Boakai. Let me ask you guys a question about Joseph Boakai. Looking at where Joseph Boakai is and what he has done, let me ask the famous question. Or let me ask the intellectual question. Let's try to put some quality around this question here. But the question is going to start with a statement. And here is a statement. There are times that your children and even yourself when you were little, you want to play president, right? Yeah, I'm sure. If it's not you directly, maybe your son, your daughter. There are often times that children will get around and say, Mommy, Daddy, I want to be a medical doctor today. Then you take the white gown, you put it on your son, you take the stethoscope, you put it around their neck. Say, oh yeah, there come a doctor. But the child is small. So that child is playing a role as a doctor. But you who are the qualified and experienced person in our role, you are actually the rightful person. With that being said, the Boakai president that he said he called himself, do you think Boakai just wanted to be president or Boakai is playing president? Because someone who wants to be president and is not president, you will get to see what a real president is able to do. First, somebody who is playing president. Joseph Boakai's behavior over the last 14 months clearly indicate that Joseph Boakai is playing president. He was never meant to be president. He is a good for nothing old man, a man who has no trace of becoming a successful person. When last have you listened to Joe Boakai and he gave you from A to Z of his experience and what he has done to change people's life? Joseph Boakai has been a liability, and today as president, he is not only a liability, he is a disability president that comes with nothing but high level of incompetency. Joseph Boakai does not fit into today's contemporary post-war era of our time. This man is from the 19th century, my fellow Liberians. We are in the 21st century. Do you see the gap that I talk about here? Joseph Boakai only exists in the 19th century, and there's nothing significant Joe Boakai did between the 19th century and the 20th century. Joe Boakai in the beginning of the 20th century, 80 years into the 20th century, Joe Boakai was serving as managing director of LPMC. This man who claimed to be the agricultural guru. They say he's an agricultural guru. They say he got 42-year experience. 42-year experience, Joseph Boakai did not do nothing for the ministry, for the Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation. There used to be a guy that used to call Steve McConnell. You share the freaking video with Joe Boakai here. Steve McConnell, he used to be having a program on ERBC they used to call Around the Nation with Steve McConnell. Most of you guys don't know this thing. When you show the particular video of Joe Boakai will say, I don't want to listen to that guy anymore. Steve McConnell program used to come on around, I think, 10:30. He used to call himself Steve McConnell Around the Nation. He used to go from one place to another promoting agriculture during the whole time. And guess who was in power at that time? Joe Boakai was Minister of Agriculture. Nothing came out of it. The man was in the UK when Doe fired him. When Doe came to power, Doe kind of rebranded Tobo from Mat to Matra Vision. Total involvement. Doe said Green Revolution. the Food and Agriculture Organization, the FAO. Those guys were pumping money into Liberia. Do you know that before 1980, Liberia was one of the developed countries on the continent? Oh yes, your country. Before 1980, Liberia was considered to be one of the most developed countries. But Joseph Boakai then helped to destroy that. You think the people don't know Joe Boakai? Joe Boakai then used to go for conference around Africa. Liberia Minister of Agriculture. Nothing Joseph Boakai did. A military man, an 8th grade student, in person of Samuel Kanyento, fired Joseph Boakai. A man who claimed to have college degree. Joseph Boakai fired, you were fired by Samuel Kanyento. And then he started to lie here, started to lie here. The man was LPMC managing director. Before that, he was working with Tobo. Tobo talking, because Tobo had not elevated LPMC. It was just like a little agency. So he was resident director. When Doe took over, people came and begged Doe. They late Father Vanning, Abraham D. Colley, all the guys from Lofa County, they said, my man, Doe, just put that man over there. Don't fire him. Doe went and trusted these guys, but there was one person in our group they called Kekula Poto. You know how sometimes you know somebody better than other people? Kekula Poto knew Joseph Boakai 2 characters. One, Kekula Poto knew that Joseph Boakai was never born in Liberia. He came from Sierra Leone. 2, Kekula Poto knew that Joseph Boakai was not fit to do anything. So while the late Father Vanning, Abraham D. Colley, those guys were talking to Doe during the PRC day, don't appoint that guy. Appoint that guy. This guy they call Kekula Poto said, Doe, you're making a serious mistake. But you know, oftentimes, the majority always overcome the minority, right? But not in every instance that majority can be right. You see, when it comes to majority making decisions for Joe Boakai, it always turns out to be bad. That's why you need to understand. During the PRC day, many of the PRC guys from Lofa County, they were in majority. They made decisions for Joe Boakai let Doe down. 5 hours into the future in the 21st century, many Liberians today voted for Joe Boakai, but that decision turned out to be wrong. It means it proving again that majority can be wrong. Why should Liberians always go in majority for the Joe Boakai man that always turn out to be wrong? Joseph Boakai is a man that was born with bad luck. This man was born to be a loser. You can take the entire population of China to vote for Joe Boakai in the world. They will regret it because Joseph Boakai was never meant to be a leader. You follow me on this? So let's get back again. Joseph Boakai was given that position as director of LPMC. Doe elevated the guy. Tower kept him as resident. When Doe turned the whole place into a corporation. And a corporation is under our government discretion, is considered to be run by a managing director. Doe made that man managing director. Nothing that man did. Almost ruined the place down to the ground. Doe came by again. There's a lady they call Martha Santoro Bede. She was the Minister of Health. Martha Santoro Bede, Abraham D. Colley, or what the other guy name? I forgot the other guy name. Edward Komosako them. All the guys went by the door. You can say, hey, Joe will pick you. You know the Lofa County the bread basket here. Try Joe Boakai again. Kekula Poto was right there again. The majority came again against Kekula Poto. Kekula Poto said, this guy, he will embarrass you. To listen to all the majority group and put Boakai in that position as Minister of Agriculture. And by then, you know what that power means for that position? Well, for those of you that don't know the responsibility that the Minister of Agriculture used to have, but it don't have today. They used to have the Agricultural Development Bank. Yes, in Liberia, they had the Agricultural Development Bank. When they took over from October, he maintained the Agricultural Development Bank. Yes. He maintained the Agricultural Development Bank when they took over. So, honor Boakai administration as Minister of Agriculture, and I will show you guys a video here today. You will see that video. Everything I'm saying here has a fight. Joseph Boakai was Minister of Agriculture. Yes, he was Minister of Agriculture. They had the Liberia Agricultural Development Bank, ACDB. On we to sing that song, ACDB, ACDB. We just sing that song because around the time in Liberia, around like 10 o'clock a day in Liberia, you have all the different programs. EFBC to run all the 30 minute program. On top of that, they had the Carry was the research center where the Liberians were producing food. That entire Freeport area going to iron factory and place like that was considered to be free zone. It was all agriculture. And then on top of that, the Food and Agriculture Organization came because they were big on Green Revolution. Do you know what Joe Boakai did with that place? After he destroyed LPMC, they elevated him to Minister of Agriculture. LPMC again fell under Minister of Agriculture. Joseph Boakai destroyed the Agricultural Development Bank. He destroyed the FAO program. He destroyed LPMC. While he was in London, the people came and they told him, they said, Joe Boakai is going to destroy your government. And it was in that direction that they fired Joe Boakai while he was in London and said, come back home. They fire him. To all the guys that were around him, I don't want to hear anything you're talking about. And they were alone. 1985 came, they decided to run for election. Again, they went back to Lofa County. That time, they had transformed from the military guy into a democratic guy. They decided, they decided again to look to Lofa again. And he said, this time around, I think I can carry Joe Boakai so I can win Lofa County. They want Kekula Kuto say this one not going to happen though. This is where Kekula Kuto minority power became a force to reckon with. But he fought hard though. Kekula Kuto fought hard. The top Loma guys and the king, yes, Kekula Kuto, he's just a guy who don't let Boakai. Boakai is the red man. Kekula Kuto said, this one not going to work though. The man, you try him at LPMC, he didn't do good. You try him as Minister of Agriculture, he didn't do good. The presidential vice presidential candidate you're looking for, though you will either have to kill me or excommunicate me from the party. But Joseph Boakai cannot and will not be president of the country here. Yes. That's why he said. So those asking, those said, how can I win this presidency with Lofa County with all Joe Boakai? Kekula Kuto say, trust me. Check how I don't trust Joe Boakai. I will prove this to you. Gentlemen, this is a classic conversation we're having here. Yeah, bring Joe Boakai. He doesn't do anything. Share the video of Joe Boakai. The particular conversation I'm having. If Joe Boakai is honest with himself, he will tell you guys, say, yes, this guy is making sense. Kekula Kuto said, I have a candidate from Lofa County that will be 100 times better than Joe Boakai. To say, prove it. Kekula Kuto pick up the phone and call straight to London. And you know who Kekula Kuto rang up? He picked up the phone and called Dr. Harry from my money back. Well, in the next 2 weeks, from my money back came and told, look at Harry from my money back, like, damn, where the guy from? To draw Kekurakoto next to him straight and made him party chairman of the NDPL. That's what he did. To went into the election. How many of you guys today don't remember Harry Monimba? If that man was still living today and was in politics, I would be supporting him over George Weah. If Dr. Harry from Monimba were going to be alive today, and the election at Joe Boakai and Weah went to a Harry from Monimba were in that election, I would have been supporting Harry Monimba today. A very intelligent man. But you know what Joe Boakai did? He kept grudge against Dr. Harry from Monimba, even up to present. You want more facts? We're not here to give you any kind of alternative information here. Remember the boy that ran in the election? The Harry Monimba, or how they call the boy here, Clarence Monimba? Dr. Harry Monimba's son. He's from the same town as Joe Boakai. But when Harry Monimba died, they took the man's body. Joseph Boakai never wept. When Kekurakoto died, Joseph Boakai never wept. Never even sympathized. Because he was bitter that he got to expose him. Harry Monimba got nothing to do with that. He was just directly recommended by this man here they call that the man they call how they call it, by the man they call Kekurakoto. But he took that against Dr. Harry Monimba. You guys watched the election in 2023. When last have you seen Joe Boakai sitting down with Clarence Monimba? Folks, am I lying here? Have you ever seen Joe Boakai sitting down with Clarence Monimba and say, look, son, you lost the election. I give you an opportunity. Have you seen that? No, because that's who Joe Boakai is. This man is not only a disability and incompetent and good for nothing old man. He is another evil old man that continues to exist in our country, that don't keep peace but grudge against people who disagree with him intellectually. Have you ever seen a man sitting down with Joe Boakai? Somebody said, I'm going to put my cash out. My boys, I'm going to put my cash out. But I don't want the computer aid right now. Oh, Spear said, I'm going to put my cash out. All right? Let me see if I can put the cash out up here. My boss Spear enjoying me right now. So let me put the cash out up. We are not being paid by the government, so let's see if we can put the cash out. Oh, yes, boy. All right, guys. So my boss Spear said, I'm going to put the cash out because you know the message hitting Spear right now. Yeah, hitting him right now. So let's put the cash out up, folks. Well, listen, let's put the cash out up here. Let's put the cash out of your Spear so that you can get if you want to make your contribution, you can make your contribution. So guys, I'm putting the cash out up here by the request of Spear. Let me put the cash out up here quickly here. All right. At the request of Spear, we are going to put up the cash out here. All right, guys. All right, let me see what the cash. Okay, there go the cash out right here. All right, so there go the cash out right here. Let me put the cash out up here. All right, let me put the cash out up right here. And thank you guys so much, PR, for suggesting that. All right. So guys, if you want to make any contribution to the show here, there go our cash out right there. All right, there go the cash out right there. If you wish to make any contribution, as per, you can just take a screenshot of that. All right, there go the cash out right there. All right, so if you wish to make any contribution, as we go through the show, we'll be showing that. So Spear Uh, all right, Mr. What they call the other man? Somebody here looking for notice here. All right, somebody here looking for notice here. Somebody looking for notice here. You know, guys, I got enough time here today, so somebody here, he think he can get my attention, but I'm going to get his attention too. All right. So there's a guy here who need my attention, and guess what he did? Well, I'm thinking your answer will say nothing, and if he said nothing, you are right. Joe Boakai did not do nothing better at LPRC. He almost blew out that whole area. And get what happened? Amos Sawyer fired him. Taro Dillon got that post. We had copy of that post. Taro Dillon where when Amos Sawyer fired Joe Boakai for poor performance. After Amos Sawyer left, guess what happened? Judy Bryant came, and Judy Bryant gave him a stakeholder position. He became board member of one of the famous radio stations during that era. It was called Star Radio. Do you know Joe Boakai sat down on that people board and destroyed that thing? The entire station went dead. There's a guy they call Supper George. He now works at LBS. He was almost at the verge of becoming managing director of that radio station when Joe Boakai killed that radio station. My point here is anything that Joe Boakai touches, it dies. The Liberian people who gave Joe Boakai the power for Liberia, you see how people dying left and right. You see how things are going down south, they're going northeast or in the east, because that's who Joe Boakai is. Anything Mr. Boakai touches, it dies. Liberia is going to die under the Joe Boakai man here. And that's why I'm trying to make sure that you guys get this information and prepare yourself. So after that, while Taylor was around, Taylor did not trust Joe Boakai. All the other leaders, Doe, Tobo, Judy Bryant, Amos Sawyer, Ellen Johnson said they trusted, they at least gave Boakai an opportunity, but Taylor did not trust him because Taylor knew that the guy was incompetent. So he has no working relationship with Taylor. So between Taylor time and Eddie becoming president, Joseph Boakai was over the YMCA program. That pape nearly destroyed that place because he got no clue about leadership. He has no idea about leadership. Nothing whatsoever. Nothing. Eddie went and brought him in. What did he do? He was in charge of the group of 77. He was in charge of the repatriation of Liberians from the refugee camp. Nothing Joe Boakai was able to deliver. You think it was by mistake that Ellen did not support Joe Boakai? How can you look at your assistant, your vice president, and say, I'm not supporting you? Because Ellen knew that Joe Boakai performance from the past to present, it was not anything that she could have recommended because Ellen loved her name. Because Ellen loved her name. All right? Because Ellen loved her name. Ellen loved her name. All right? So Ellen did not recommend this guy for any position at all. Yes. That's what Ellen did. That's what Ellen did. That's exactly what Ellen did. She never recommended him. Hold on there, guys. I'll be right back. Hello, this is Randy. Ago. You don't trust Joe Boakai with anything. All the president position he wanted, he got it today, and there's absolutely nothing that Joe Boakai has delivered for the Liberian people. Every day in the country, people are dying from preventable incidences. People are dying from preventable situations. People are being yanked out of their homes. Little children as young as 7 years old are telling people on the street that they are not in school. Do you think Joseph Boakai is somebody that you're going to depend on to run the affair of our country? The answer is no. Joseph Boakai is in no shape or form able to run our country. Like you guys made a very big mistake, and that mistake will haunt the country for a very long period of time. Joseph Boakai's aim is to destroy Liberia. He is not going to do anything about Liberia. That's who he is, all right? That's who he is. He is going to destroy Liberia. He's going to destroy Liberia. This old man is one of the incompetent, good-for-nothing men from Lofa County. Lofa has put a lot of brilliant people. The likes of Edward Biankesedi, a very smart man who, in fact, created the Unity Party. The likes of Edward Biankesedi, a very smart man, or Dr. Harry from my member, a very smart man as well. But this other civilian slash Gisi or Loma man called Joe Boakai, he is nothing. He is nothing, and he is nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right? He is nothing. He is nothing. So, Liberians, they are tough. And this one, the Liberian people got it wrong. One man is in no shape and form prepared to be president. Record. Have you ever heard Joe Boakai sitting down and telling you about his past performances? Where did he go? Which position he held and how successful that place was? Nothing. How many people have come out to tell you about Joe Boakai performance? How many of them? Joe Boakai does not have any group of people who will come out today and say, look, I work with Joe Boakai. Joe Boakai, while he was at this place, he did this, he did that. Joe Boakai has no track record of delivering for the people. All right? This man is not able to manage the country. He's not able to lead the country. Liberia at this time is like a country with all no leaders. This man said he's president. He's taking an investment workshop and carrying it to Ghana. What sense does that make? You want to bring investor to your country, but you turn it around and you taking the investor and carrying it to Ghana. That shows that Joe Boakai is showing to the world that Liberia is not a safe place. There is no security. There is no stability. Therefore, there will be no predictability to carry out any investment in Liberia. So if you are a Liberian living in a country depending on Joe Boakai, you are being lied to. You are being fooled because Joseph Boakai is not going to deliver any message for you guys at all. Because this man has nothing that he brings. He is more of a liability. This man is medically incapacitated. All right? That's why he doesn't travel any far distance anymore. This man is a presidential disability. He can barely walk. All right? You see him walk like a penguin. He can barely walk. Number 3, he is so incompetent that he is unable to transfer whatever he learned from the past into today's reality. Those packages that Boakai has brought to the presidency, there is nothing in each of those packages that show that Joseph Boakai is able to do anything substantial. This man is a disgrace to the people of Lofa County. This man is an embarrassment to the people of Liberia. This man is nothing but a shame. After 1 year, 4 months, nothing the man is able to deliver. January of this year, they came up with an arrest program. We don't know. It's somewhere sitting on the shelf collecting dust. All he does is go around and look at Weir World Bank project, and he thinks that his project. Joe Boakai has no project that he has formulated or he has dedicated or he has initiated. Nothing. All the project. Do you think it's by mistake that Joe Boakai is carrying on road project? You are absolutely right. Joe Boakai has no project. The World Bank, the IMF, they are fixated on carrying out infrastructure, such as road. Joseph Boakai, minister and director, cannot show to you any program that they have implemented. Where are the programs? The Ministry of Education. You have children still on the street telling you that they are not in school. What does that tell you about the Minister of Education? Nothing. A woman who was hired on DEI. She was hired on DEI. If that woman come back to America, she's not getting a job. She's set in our country and is yet to tell you what are the gaps, what are the challenges that the Ministry of Education is currently facing. She has not told you. Do you think Joe Boakai is carrying on any kind of plan? Joe Boakai is not adding value to our current situation in our country. He is more of a problem than being a solution to the problem of the country. That's who he is. That's who he is. A good for nothing man. A good for nothing man. And nobody will come on my post to say, Jeremy, I disagree with you. Yeah, why I disagree with you? Yeah, links that will take you to what Joe Boakai is doing under the arrest program. They can't do that. They can't do that because here we base our conversation on facts. We base our conversation on competence. We base our conversation on a robust program. And they don't ever to show you those things. This is not a platform where you can talk. No. When you come to talk, we want the facts. They don't have that here. How many ministers today honor Joe Boakai administration, aside from the role that will come out and have a press conference and tell you? How many ministers? Let's look at the Ministry of Transport. What are they adding as a value under the Joe Boakai administration that align with the arrest program? Zero. Look at the Ministry of Health. What are they adding as far as addressing the issue under the Boakai administration arrest program? Zero. Look at the Ministry of Public Works. What are they doing? Because that road project is not Ministry of Public Works. Ministry of Public Works is only there to maintain things. They are the PM of the government. Preventive care, maintenance. That's what they do. Absolutely nothing this old man has done. What about the different agencies? Absolutely nothing. Nothing. So you guys are looking at a man who was born to be a loser. A man who is nothing but a disaster. And that's who Joe Boakai is, folks. So nothing going to come from the old man. They will come under your post and only insult you. But they will never bring any evidence to support Joe Boakai. Not even a policy. Not even an executive order. Nothing. Because the old man got no experience at all. The majority decision in our country have proven that Joe Boakai is nothing. Have proven that Joe Boakai is nothing. The man has limited himself just to Morovia now. There's nothing he is doing in the country. More to come this evening, folks. More to come. But let me say this to Liberians. If you're out there and you see your home being broken down, Joe Boakai is intentionally breaking your home down. You know why? Because those who did not vote for Joe Boakai and elected George Weir, he's coming after every one of you guys. That is why when you see young people die today, Joe Boakai doesn't care. When people have been taken out of their home, Joe Boakai doesn't care. Because he sees the Liberian people as his enemy. So whatever they are encountering or going through, he doesn't care. All you guys got to do is to hope and pray. All right? Is to hope and pray. Hope and pray. Hope and pray. That's all you guys got to do. Yes. Is to hope and pray. Hope and pray. Hope and pray. That's all you guys need to do. So guys, thank you guys so much. I got to run. We will be back here this evening. So if you want to join us, hit that follow button. But I can guarantee you this evening, we have more video to disprove the incompetence of Joseph Boakai. And nobody from the Boakai administration can come on the post to counter what we are saying here, because we will be challenging them to provide the facts, to provide the truth. And in the midst of the facts that they don't have because we speak the truth, they will only insult. That's all they will do. The Liberian people need to understand that this man they call Joe Boakai is nothing but a mistake. Between now to our startup time, we'll replay our videos. We're going to go on the YouTube channel today because we have a very good weekend. So we're going to go on the YouTube channel. We're going to upload some of our video and we'll just play the video until the actual time comes. All right? Which will be this evening. So God bless you guys. Thank you guys so much. Have a great day. I had a great time. So I have other stuff to do. We'll be back here this evening. Let me allow you to take your time and go and enjoy yourself. Okay? All right. Cool. Bye, guys.